We are lost and faded lovers when we're under feelings that never bloom. We count our cards as they fall. Oh, they almost really made me wonder, will my heart escape the rain and thunder? Then you found me in a deep blue hour. I'm never looking back. Falling for you suddenly shakes what I knew. You're breaking through, brings me to life. This is what it feels like. This is what it feels like. I found you under dark skies where the starlight brought us to paradise. Your love is all I need. Oh, they almost really made me wonder, will my heart escape the rain and thunder? Then you found me in a deep blue hour. I'm never looking back. Falling for you suddenly shakes what I knew. You're breaking through, brings me to life. This is
Welcome to the NACE Starleague Arena, and you're joining us for Valorant on this Wednesday. As September winds down, we get deeper and deeper into the Valorant season, and today we have 4 teams ready to compete in 2 matches, all for you watching at home. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I am joined by Greg Smith, calling all of the action for you. And Greg, what stands out about these matches today is all of these teams, none of them are undefeated. All of them have some blemishes in their record. They're all kind of middling in terms of the pack. They're not completely out of it of a playoff hope, but they need to do well this tournament. So what does that mean when we have teams so close together in the standings?
I mean, that means you're at the elevator and the operator is asking you whether you will be going up or going down. This is the deciding factor in a lot of trajectories this season. I mean, middle of the pack, someone has to be at the top here, and everybody's fighting for it. So these will be some closer games. I know we've had a couple of blowouts so far and some close calls, but this one should be tight to the end.
Well, let's take a look at the 2 matches that we have. Who specifically is going to be going up or down today? We're going to be starting out with the University of Mary Washington going up against Rochester Institute of Technology. Then we'll follow that up with Central Oklahoma versus Colorado College to wrap up the night. And Greg, you were doing a little bit of research on the names of mascots, I'm told.
Just a little bit, yeah. D. Eagle and Richie the Tiger. We've got the Tigers against the Eagles from UMW and RIT. I'm looking forward to it.
And of course, University of Mary Washington, not in Maryland, not in Washington,
True.
Actually in Virginia.
It is true.
So, you know, you would think with the name that they have, it would be one of those two states. But no, it is in Virginia. And then obviously, we don't need to tell you where Central Oklahoma and Colorado College is. If we do, then, you know, maybe you shouldn't be watching the Valorant match. Maybe you should, you know, be watching some basic reading tips instead. Let's take a look, though, at the lineups that we have. For Mary Washington, it's going to be Diamond, Saturn, Zipper, Shizzo, and Death.
And from RIT, we've got Neg Nebulous, Tyler Staria, Ironheart, Chad Bolino, and Ryan, which will test my simple reading level against these names.
We make a joke about reading, and then the gamer tags come up, and we're completely humiliated. But hey, it's just another day at work. We're going to be ready to hop into the first stage. Remember, this is best of 3 with the 3 stages predetermined. In fact, we can take a look at what was picked and banned. Looks like we're going to be starting out on Breeze, then moving on to Bind and Ascent, finally.
A lot of the classic maps and a lot of our favorite ones have been banned. It's unfortunate, but that's why we're in here for the long haul like many of these universities are. It could be a big, long 3 games today with these tight matches. We're looking to upwards of 13 on 13 scores, maybe a little bit of overtimes. We'll see how it goes, starting off with Breeze, a big, wide open map that was recently shimmied down just a little bit. How do you feel about those changes, and how do you feel about the games we've been having on Breeze?
Well, I mean, I do think it is. I do like the changes on Breeze by and large. It was the most wide open stage, but here it just gives teams just a little bit more focus for attack. There are certain points like I'm mainly. There are certain things that have just been tightened up, like the pyramids. The Jet just can't abuse and hop on top of them. You know, it was just a bit of refining, and we're not going to have. You know, it's a little bit easier for the defending team, I would say, because there are more. You have to either go through Chop Shop. You can't be watching 2 angles at once, where they're either going through Shop or they're going through Cave. So it's been a little bit easier for defenders.
But when we limit down these defensive angles that could have been taken, these really strange angles where they're on top of geometry, they're maybe not supposed to be touching, as well as these big, wide open spaces that give a lot of off-angle probability as well. The attacking team, I think, have a more direct idea. The attacking team can move pretty straight in exactly where they need to be, and they only have a few angles they can check, and I think that makes for a higher energy team play. And we see RIT is favoring the attacking side going in onto Breeze, so maybe they're looking for that high energy gameplay that I hope to see.
Well, I gotta think, you know, I also hope that this just makes it so that we can see a little bit of variety in terms of the comp, because Breeze is such a wide open stage. I mean, I'm sure you'll still need the Viper to divide up those points, but I always like seeing a little bit of agent variety. And so here we go. We're going to be going RIT versus University of Mary Washington. First match of the day. Whoever wins this will be going on to match point. One thing I wanted to note is that it's quite interesting. In the past few weeks, we have had so many of the stages that have been chosen have been Haven and Lotus. Like, we've been seeing the 3-point stages a lot, but this week, we're not seeing any of them.
Yeah, that's true. It's interesting what universities and colleges like to favor in maps and how they have a long-term favorite of those maps. And sometimes it's just a toss-up between what colleges you get, but sometimes that makes it a race to the bans as well. We saw those 3-stage maps weren't only not picked, they were banned right off the bat. So it could just be that these teams were over-favoring ahead of time these 3-stage maps.
You're also talking kind of some of the stuff that I like about the changes of this stage. One thing I like is that in this mid-section, you've had the entire left section on tower closed off, and there are actually boxes now that the attacking team can hop up on to hop over the wall should. And that just gives a little bit more variety, because in the past, it was just so dominated by the op. It was really brutal trying to make progress in a wide open space when you've got a Sentinel who is just on their game. So giving just a little bit more choice. I know it seems counterintuitive, like closing off some of the routes equals more choice, but they've changed how you approach each stage.
And it's interesting because there's less way out as well. If you look at that donut around the lighthouse that used to be, they didn't close it off entirely. They put a one-way valve there. So you can drop on over the boxes and get over the wall, but then you can't go back out. You'd have to move all the way through mid and right in front of Nest. And there's this idea of less backtracking to it. And I think that applies to that forcing forward and that high energy straight down the lane. They've kind of narrowed it up a little bit.
But one of the routes that isn't going to be available anymore is the hallway. No more op battles there. That always seemed like such a magnified part of the stage. Like everyone wanted to focus on it because you had such a clear route to the other side. Here we go. We're going to be seeing the loadouts for each individual team.
A chamber on one side, which has not been mirrored. In fact, there aren't very many mirrors happening here at all. We do have the Viper, which we love to see, as well as the Sova for that nice early information, and all the lineups, which has been practiced and rehearsed over the lifetime of Breeze. But other than that, we've got a couple of wild cards, and I'm looking forward to see how these changes affect the team's play.
All right, RIT is going to be attacking first. University of Mary Washington, having chosen to defend. Let's see how this turns out as we are underway in the first pistol round of this Wednesday's Valorant NACE match.
It is a high mobility push right now as we have the defense rolling right into the wall, and they're going to be facing off against the offense. Standing right against it, a few down just to begin. Diamond taking the first blood of the match, and Trigon to follow close in after. Doing a little bit of a hunt down after that player, which took first few frags. After that first little contact, things are dying down a bit. It's down to 3v3, and they've chosen site, going in for the spike plant. Success, now we're in the post plant, just holding things together as defense is going to make their way down.
In the post-plant scenario, Mary Washington has to decide what route they're going to take. Going to instead try to go down, but hanging out in window while Tyler was trying to take him out, but Diamond with a quick shot is going to even this up. We are even in terms of health. Oh, flash on the own teammate there. Unfortunate. They don't have too much time. The spike is ticking down. Lionheart just waiting for that audio cue. Is going to start to move around. Has to shoot across the point. They just might stick it. They've half gotten it. And he stops right before he gets it. I wonder if he had just continued, if he would have gotten it.
I don't know, because how long will that snake bite really last? He
It was
deliberate with that placement.
Yes, but it came like a second after he stopped. And he was already 75% of the way there. So just 25 more percent. I think he could have survived.
What stood out to me was Lionheart's deliberacy and holding back and staying on the defense and just watching his angle until he felt it was really being stuck and then moved out. I'm looking forward to seeing them on the defense and seeing their post-plant game as we continue forward. Moving on up to round 2, we have a bold purchase here, a Marshall coming out to try to close an undeserving round 2. Already a little bit of early round fire going on in A short, and what a forward push from the defense. University of Mary Washington already making some ground. They're going to lose it though. It's 3 players go down.
They are going to be able to pick up a few of the guns in terms of how far away. I mean, being able to trade 1, I would say trading 2 here, just putting enough of a dent in RIT's eco, could be considered a victory for Mary Washington. Spike's going to be planted down. Shizzo manages to take out Lionheart. This is what I'm talking about. I would be thrilled if they can just even this up to a piece. It's going to be down to 1, however. But this KO is extremely low on health, taken out by Trigon. But in terms of advantage, that is the round that you expect to win with the weapon difference. And now we move on to full purchases for Mary Washington. Going to be going all Vandals in this case.
RIT had a good display of responding accordingly to pressure in the last round, as they took a few which maybe shouldn't have been there in a way that they were trying to catch people off guard in A short, then decided to play up after. Took the site pretty cleanly.
Round 3 underway. Mary Washington, in terms of guns, should be expected to win this, but if RIT manages to win their bonus, then we will have an avalanche of momentum behind them. A lot of pressure now being focused on toward B main.
B main has been zippered up by the Cypher though, as well as all the utility from the Viper. That's going to be a field to push through. They may wait it out, but no, they're going to keep walking and drop a whole lot of utility, double down, make sure they beat the rotation over, which they sure have. A few players to fall though, as Lionheart's going to drop the spike. And when the announcement goes out, defense can come rushing in. They're in post plant, but it's under a lot of pressure. Look at all the defensive members here. Oh, goes live to several players without anything in hand. Diamond and Zipper going to find their one. Nebulous goes down, and Diamond closes the round with a 3K and an easy plant.
Didn't even manage to get the gun out. I didn't even see the animation go. That was just caught up in his own running animation. The defuse is going to go through. They're just going to check around the point, see if there's anything they want to pick up. They should already have Vandals, so they'll just keep what they have.
Indeed, that's the case. And with their newfound Liquid, they're going to be taking a couple of exciting guns to try to hold this momentum together. However, the 2 consecutive losses from RIT. Sorry, the other way around.
From Mary Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got to say, even though Mary Washington won that last round, they lost 3 in doing so. So they don't have enough credits to just run it back on the Vandals. So at this point, they've won, yes, but they've put such a huge dent in what they can buy and do for this round. Slow push through elbow, up toward mid. Meanwhile, we have Mary Washington just still kind of focusing on B main, so a flank up through mid. If they can play around the strip wire that's been placed there, could be a good day for them. Hawk's going to be thrown out by Mary Washington, trying to see if there's going to be anyone through mid. Don't believe we heard the audio cue, so as far as that Sky knows, it's still up in the air whether they want to push through mid.
And with a little bit of contact on A short, they're holding 2 strong. They've been good.
Oh!
They walked right through it. Oh, with the time saves gone, Saturn is able to capitalize on that small misfire. Nebulous to return the favor, and Diamond comes out on top and holding the site together, but only barely 2, containing the spiker back to site, and he knows it, finds one, gets the second. Incredible with the 3K. Zipper only needs to find 1 more to close up round 4 for the defenders, bringing it to a 2-2.
And that's a little concerning. If we keep seeing that pattern of them walking into util from the Sentinels, I mean, you look at the next 2 stages that we've got lined up, Bind and Ascent. I mean, you're certainly going to deal with the Cypher again on Bind. You're also bringing in the KJ on Ascent. There's just so much stuff that you can walk into. These teams just don't give these Sentinels their proper respect and are checking for every tripwire or a swarm grenade that's thrown down. It's going to be a rough time attacking today. Camera's going to be thrown out in mid as this Diamond takes an early peek out through it. Protected by the Viper wall. It's trying to catch him off guard. Zipper is going to pick up the first elimination, followed by Shizo.
Unfortunate. They were playing as technically as they could. A good 180 on the flash, got the shoulder. A beautiful double peek is absolutely foiled by Shizo, bringing up their 3K and moving well into the site just to sweep anything up, but there's nobody there. The last remaining player is now walking on those one-way boards we talked about to get around Lighthouse, but there's still someone watching.
At this point, the best you can hope for is just picking up 1 and trading, but it is going to be a flawless, and that'll help Mary Washington recover from the credit deficit they had earlier. That was a huge opportunity from that Sky, and I think it was really enabled by when they tried to push through on A. They were attempting a double peek, but the person behind didn't swing wide enough, and that just opened it up for collateral. You got to make sure that you have that sort of coordination with your teammate of who's swinging wide, who's not going to go as far, because you just don't want to line up in a conga line for a waiting Vandal.
Yeah, but you don't want to spread it too far and step on the other side of the line where you end up feeding one by one. It's difficult to get in between and hit that perfect not sprayed transferable range. Hopefully they'll hone it on in. RAT showing their comfortability and spread patterns here, going with a very laid back 0-2-3 with the spike in pocket. Just waiting for some contact as UMW has shown a lot of aggression in the early round on A site. Sure enough, B site zippered up again with utility. And
Sky hasn't really been forgetting B-side. Has been throwing a lot of Hawks out there in the past few rounds. We're going to see Command Null be brought out on attack as they move in toward the pyramids to plant, but Zipper is going to all of a sudden just stop that momentum. Look at that flick right over. Beautiful aim by the Jet. Can't pick up a triple, but has already set the defending team up for a good retake. See the tour de force ring out, but quick adjustments by Saturn. Gets a double as well. Things are going to be cleaned up by Diamond for another victory for Mary Washington.
And a great play by Mary Washington. We saw a lot of variability in the play there. They didn't just take it like a stone wall. There was a little bit of forward play, moved back behind a few smokes and laid back, and then moved back up. They were able to just work this paperclip back and forth till it snapped and took another great round, which set their creds in an incredible position.
One thing I've been noticing about the way RIT's been attacking is they're not wasting too much time in doing that. And sometimes if you want to catch the opposing team off guard and just charge right in, that can be great. But so many times we see the teams waiting it out till 35 seconds. They want to get as much information as they possibly can. And sometimes it's been RIT's overwillingness to charge onto the point that's found them on the bad end of some defensive utility setup. Especially with this off setup by Zipper, if they just charge too fast into this. We already see Diamond and Death picking up 2.
Like you said, if it weren't for that Viper utility, they probably would have walked straight into the utility behind it. Now they've got to make a bit of a rotation here, walking back around to mid-main. There's already people ready to take that offense. Diamond, looking for his second kill, goes very low health and is trapped in some more utility. Use that wall to get over to the heal from Shizzo as they lock in A site. Offense coming from RIT, waiting, looking to find something. Oh, has to.
Oh!
Gets both the dog and Nest with an op at the same time, a little bit closed in. Peeks just one more time and is found by Shizzo before the concuss goes down. Chadbino. Looking to you on the screen here. Ooh, makes away with the flash, takes a little bit of pepper damage. A couple of forward peaks from Death and even more utility. The pressure is on, but he's doing well. He finds 2. Looking to hold it together, but the time keeps ticking down. Only 30 seconds with Spike in hand.
And that has just given RIT some new lives, but they're rotating over with 25 seconds on a stage as wide as Breeze. Yeah, pure opportunity for that rotation to be found out because they have absolutely no time to be sneaky with it. They just have to make a beeline for it. There's going to be no time left for them to actually make it toward B. Spike holder's just going to hang back as the rest of Mary Washington just tries to keep an eye on all the flank routes, make sure that they're able to get a clean victory here. Don't lose anyone more where they don't have to.
Yeah, the corollary there to the Spike holding team running out of time and having to play a little bit sloppy and having to just run through large areas is that the defending team doesn't need to secure a win by eliminations. They can just be a pain and be a little bit of pepper damage and be around that corner and close up the round. Creds are looking a little bit varied here. Chadbino is either very, very confident in the utility or picked up something right before the Classic locked in.
Out towards mid, but the Sky is positioned where she always has been. Now drone is going to be thrown out. Just get a peek. Is going to be able to spot the person up in heaven. Zipper lets that op ring out, takes out the chamber.
Ooh.
Going for another peek through shop.
Yeah, and with the get out of jail free card activated, they're not going to find very much, but they were hoping they would. Keep on holding forward, waiting for any prodding from RIT, but they left Spike in pocket. They're just feeling things out as well. They're okay to wait. Maybe 15 more seconds. Sure enough.
Positioned. I mean, if they want to go get the Spike, they're going to have to get it right now. It's about 10 seconds to get there. Then you got about 30 seconds to get back. And this Viper's Pit that's been positioned on B is just making things much more. I mean, can't just go charging through the Viper's Pit, so I assume the Spike has to go all the way back over toward A, but once again, we're facing just a huge time problem.
And it feels pretty obvious, too, that you wouldn't put an operator in a Viper's Pit, so they know that they're dealing with 2 monstrosities on both A and B.
Peek around trying to catch. The wall's going to go up, but spots him right between the walls. Misses 2 shots. Trying to move back is suppressed, so can't use any movement abilities or smokes. Hunter's Fury is going to be brought out by Mary Washington. Doesn't get anyone. Best they can hope for is that it got a tick. Looks like the Viper has taken a bit of damage. It's going to be enough for Zipper to just move right in there with the Classic, take things out, clean things up, and push Mary Washington up to a 4-round lead.
incredible. Going melee with the sidearm, saves the op, and even gets the first half of the spike defused. Near flawless performance from UMW there, bringing it up to a 6v2. And we're starting to approach the half.
This just shows great awareness by. Sometimes it can just be tempting, or maybe in just the heat of battle, you're trying to focus on so many different things, you forget that there's a sidearm, but that didn't happen here, and some of the best players that I've seen are the ones that are aware of when they can just very quickly pull out that sidearm and get a hit. We often see an op-shorty pairing, which can be devastating if someone's just trying to rush down the opper.
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of a timeout active, as they're probably going to be discussing away at things.
Yeah. Because I think that they had a little bit of a problem in the early part of the game with charging in too fast, but I think they've kind of overshot the runway in their correction here, because now they're finding themselves pressured too much for time. So I got to say, you got to take into account the size of Breeze. You got to make sure, I'd say by 35 seconds, you got to have the spike in your possession and have made the decision of where you're going to be heading.
But it's not just their fault. I mean, they're under a lot of pressure as well from the defending team here, who have also played the same game as pressing very far forward and catching them off guard, and then hanging way back, and then just letting a Cold War over the Viper wall ensue. And they're kind of being worked back and forth here.
We're ready to head into the next stage. 6-2. 8 rounds have passed. There are 4 left in this half, so best that Mary Washington could hope for would be a 10-2. This is a very crucial round for RIT, because they've spent just about everything they have to get these Vandals, and even then they've had to settle for half shields. If they can't turn it around here, there's going to be a great 2-for-1. Mary Washington win the eco round after that. With an op pick, things are already looking good for them. Viper wall's up in mid, but just waiting in case someone might peek through it.
They do hold quite a bit of early round space, but it is hard set on those Viper walls, and once those fall down, Nest will be able to see quite a bit of the space they currently occupy. They're looking for an easy stream over into this doorway, but that is a funnel for Zipper, and playing through this all-bangable wall. Sure enough, the Viper's wall drops, and they have to fight or flight. Fleeing forward only gets caught by several players. A little bit of what should have been the front door now becomes a flank when all of the eyes are turned to mid. And they're able to find a way in. Reinhardt gets the plant down, and it becomes a post-plant situation with 2v3. The pressure's on its way in. One man watching the back door. It's a Soba v Soda battle. Just one remains. Is he going to be able to find his way out of here? Reinhardt from both ends tries to fight the 2 and can't quite keep it. Diamond to close up this round and find point 7 for UMW.
I was a little bit trepidatious about where they decided to place that wall. I mean, yes, it cuts off mid and it cuts off heaven and a lot of places in the defender's spawn that they could go, but it does absolutely nothing to counter. If you've already got an opper on A, which is just on point, they still have every sightline available to them. And it left the sightline open for the rotation in through mid, through the doors for Mary Washington to just come in, and again, have no obstruction whatsoever. That's why we usually see the wall be placed right down the middle of A.
That's true. The tweakings to Breeze have done nothing to how menacing the operator still is. And University of Mary Washington is going to be holding on to that op and a bankroll of credits behind it, moving into the next round. And sure enough, the knives are on deck as well. So they've got a little, a little bit of a hill to roll the boulder up in dealing with Zipper. Goodness. Zipper to take first blood in broad daylight against Trigun. And then pulling back to be the main offense through this Viper wall. This is the preferred position of Zipper. We've seen 3. Contacts go down to another 2. Looking for that ace. One remains holding the spike. When he moves somewhere else, he's trapped in the corner. Zipper closing in.
Gets his ace with the op. If there hasn't been a more clear demonstration of how menacing Zipper is as a sniper, there you go. And he was just dialed in. He's got his crosshair placement all down, so he only really needs to worry about how far left or right he is. As long as he's got it lined up to where it's always going to hit their bodies, he's just good to go. And once he gets the site confirmation on where this KO is, it was only limited time.
My instinct is to say that that wall makes the site into a funnel, and I'm surprised they weren't able to catch Zipper. But the truth is, it was quite a bit of teamwork as well. I mean, pepper damage was coming in from other angles as people were forcing through the wall on the other side. A Viper wall doesn't do anything if the entire opposite team is standing on the wrong side of it. So the defense made the right positional play, and were able to assist in an ace.
They've decided to give a chance over toward B, and this could be a great rotation being brought out by Trigon. But that Viper knows where he is, gets a few shots onto Diamond, but the headshots are the ones that are going to end the fight immediately. Diamond picks that up. Now Chad does manage to pick up 2, puts RIT into a slight advantage on the post plant.
Ooh, Shizo just waiting for him, knows exactly where all the peaks are. These are seasoned vets. Denies come out from Zipper, opting to drop the op. Alternating between the two. Just still a menace, looking to clear the site with the help of Death and Shizo, each finding another kill. And it's a little bit of a pushback. The spike is still here, so they're going to clear out. Gets the defuse to the half. And Tyler's going to drop with the ultimate, but it's not quite enough. There's still a diffuser there, and they find him. Attackers at the last second are able to find it as Death, taking a little bit too much space.
Last round before the switch.
That was close. The spike was almost defused like 2 separate times.
And that's really because Mary Washington showed kind of like a lot. The Jet had kind of already decided, I'm so close to having it. I'm just going to make sure that I get a half defuse on this spike. If I give myself up, we still have a plan, because they recognize they didn't have any time. If they had left that spike, there wouldn't have been enough time had they had to restart over from 0 defuse. So they recognize that it wasn't the best situation, but they had to do the best with what they had. But great job by RIT for using that Hunter's Fury just how you want to use it. And we're also going to see the Tour de Force brought out now by Chad. There's going to be a chance for a different offer. This is a great angle that Diamond has. They're not looking at all, and he takes that Sova right out.
Spike down.
They have no opportunity to deal with it. They have plenty of fish on their plate facing forward. That was a beautiful trap.
Last player.
Only one remains, looking to close the gap with the Tour de Force, but it's not quite there. Chad Bino's going to go down to Shizo with the Tour de Force.
Switching sides.
Just can't be really loaded in time. Now 9-3 on the side switch. Very close to double digits from University of Mary Washington. They're feeling a good position here, but
Zipper has just been having the time of his life. 16-5-2. Everyone on Mary Washington has decided to go for the Ghost. Maybe not Saturn. He's kind of deciding whether he wants small shields. Going to go with small shields, but I'm a Ghost enjoyer on the pistol round, so I got to say I approve of the Eagles' choice.
I just think there's no way they could nerf the Classic enough times. I would take the shields, honestly. Diamond up close and personal. Looking to work around this util, but it's not quite going to be there. Enough for Chad Bino to just kind of play around a little bit, find Death. Zipper going to trade for Trigon, and Nebulous goes crazy to find 2 more. There is just an absolute battle happening in mid. The wall goes up to divide the forces. Nebulous looking for a 3K on this last 5 HP. Can he find it? Right back into position to capture anyone who's going to be coming around, but over the wall? Oh, he almost didn't expect it, but there it is. Diamond to close in from above.
They were aware of this Sova getting a few wall bangs, taking him down to half health. When pistol round, all you need is 1 shot, and there you're good to go. They have cleaned up this round, turned what looked like a bad situation, a 2v4 into a 2v1.
It is low health, and Lionheart is fast on their tail a little bit.
Toxin screen down.
Side view is going to go away. They're off site now. All they can do is dump utility from afar and hope that he swings on to them. Oh, and the camera from a side, a piece of utility, which gives away so much information and a little bit of time. Now Diamond, from the other angle, they have a beautiful cross angle. There's no option. He has to tap the spike and choose a side. He's going to move over
Last player
and
standing.
finds one, a 1v1, both. A little low on the health here.
Oh,
wow. Incredible.
Thank goodness Diamond was aimed down sights. All there needed to be was a 1-for-1 trade.
That is wildly close. If it weren't for that plant, that game could have gone either way.
I do like this. A whole lot of util that the Viper had saved up that almost proved decisive in the game.
Oh, look at that. Just, right in the very corner where the hitboxes exist for a pixel.
I don't think Zipper wants to give up his days of opping. He's going to go for the next best thing, which is a Marshall.
Well, that op was very trusty to him and got him plenty of ground death to find Chad Bino early.
Take flight.
Another full force attack onto A. Calls in the troops. Defense
Enemy tag.
making their grounds, and Death is going to get a lot of info on it. Checks all the cheeky angles up close. Tyler, speaking of up close, goes flying in with an SMG. Zipper from a distance finds him, though. And that's the rock, paper, scissors of it. Now holding the spike strong. They're not in the most comfortable position. A wall is going to assist them. Get out
One
a
enemy
little
remaining.
bit. One goes down, Lionheart to trade. But is caught in open space, and Death with a 3K. Brings them to 11 points. So far, it's been decisive win, one after another. A lot of close calls, but in the end, quality play and a lot of good snowballing. As they are now flush with credits.
This is somewhat interesting. Both teams are having to really kind of settle. RIT, you would think that they would have an, I mean, this is the third round, this is the bonus, so it should be all rifles, but they've been having such a tough run at it that they have to settle for Stingers and Sheriffs. So Mary Washington is actually going into their bonus with a gun advantage.
Let's see how fast they recognize it. A mostly SMG on SMG battle is not something we usually see, but it does mean there's going to be a lot of fast corners. And as I say it, Nebulous to find Death right there in the hallways behind B. The call is made, rotations are here. The spike is down. It's post plant. Utility just trickling out from the defensive team who recently planted this spike. Ooh. And Lionheart. Gonna find one just from good positioning, being ready with those pixels, staying level at the head. Saturn looking to do the same, takes one from a ways away with the
Whoa!
only AR in the
Last player
game.
standing.
Currently, Shizo finds one more with a well-tuned sidearm, and the last man standing, Nebulous, falls.
Not a moment too soon. That round needs to end before the spike goes off. It won't be the case for Shizo. Doesn't get to have that shiny gun he picked up, but the Viper got out of there all right.
It's tough, too. They tried to stand in the corner. Not quite there, and it looks like all that cred roll is going to be worth it. We considered an op coming from Death, but he was told to look at the scoreboard. Vandals and a pair of Phantoms across the board, but look at this desperation out of RIT. If they don't take this, it's back to the sidearms for another round.
Well, if they don't take this, it's going to be the game end.
That's true.
They
That's
don't
true.
even get to go to the next round. They wish they could go to sidearms the next round.
In that case, they planned the all-out attack well.
Shot done.
Oh, Tyler getting up close and personal with the wall, but the owl drone shows all. No one's going to be caught. Death dumping utility in. And the first few falls come out. Saturn and Zipper both find their one, but one is traded. Lionheart, with that critical angle on the A site, finds another one. And the attackers take it.
Well, that one's going to be all done and dusted in short order. 13-3, a victory in favor of University of Mary Washington. And I think you could really see how confident the Eagles were just in those last few rounds. Almost every single attack round, they just went to the point and planted. And I talked a little bit earlier about kind of some of the risks of that because you don't get a chance to get as much information from your opponents. But if you have a team that's confident and they're sure that they can just outmaneuver the other players, win those ones-on-ones constantly, you see the confidence come through if they just rush plant, and win every time they do it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see RIT play a couple more rounds on the defenses. That was a little bit of a quick match, honestly quicker than I had expected. But we'll plenty get the chance as we're now going to be moving into Bind, this classic map with only 2 sites, as we'll be seeing a lot today. Features a dusty terrain and an exciting hookah box coming out from a heaven on the attacking side, mirrored by a defensive side heaven and no mid. So you have to make the decision: are you going to be dropping in from above, or are you going to be dealing with verticality?
A lot more
defense?
close quarters combat, which means a lot more opportunity for one Raze to enter the fray.
That's
and
true.
wreak some havoc.
Yeah, we've seen already a lot of good Viper play out in those open spaces, but those area of effect damages are also going to be pretty good in close quarters. So we may see another pick there, but much more common to find a lot more pressure on the lurking agents and those very mobile sentinels that we see in this wraparound map, where the mid is replaced by a reach around from left side to right.
Well, University of Mary Washington looking to just end this in very quick fashion, get their match point, and just end it in a 2-0 sweep. And like I said, this would be very crucial for these teams because they're both sitting around, you know, maybe they're 2-1 or 1-2. And at this point in the season, if any team gets 3 losses, that's really kind of eliminated their chance to qualify for the playoffs outside of the LCQ. And the LCQ is just trial by fire. Even if you manage to get to the playoffs through an LCQ, you're automatically going to be matched up against the top seed in the finals. So this is decision time. This is the elevator time. Are you going to go up or down? And Mary Washington doesn't seem like they're giving any thought to that question. They know that the rest of the season is all upwards for them.
Yeah, we can't call this any kind of a last chance LCQ, but it is down to the wire, and it's no kind of toss-up as well. You have to fight for it. So we're going to see these teams go into it. We've seen last week, again, it's not over till it's over. We see wild comebacks sometimes. We just saw I believe it was like a 13-2 game turn around to near overtime right at the end in the second map. So I'd love to see what this change in maps, maybe this change in composition is going to call for us. Small misfire.
Looks like we're going to take a look at a few replays.
Comes out on top.
And this, I mean, if he's doing this well on Breeze, once he moves over to his home turf, that's a very scary prospect to deal with. And then you've got Zipper here, who was so good about playing around the walls. Just immediately got in, got his pick, and then went back to safety. Never really found himself too overextended, and great reaction time onto that charge from the Neon.
Yeah, a couple of smooth hero plays. As some rounds were dominated by players in particular, but not just one. There's not been a team carrier so far. We've seen a lot of commitment from every player on both teams.
And then here is the moment what we've all been waiting for, the main event. It's great when you're getting an ace, but when you pick one up on the op on top of that. Because with the op, outside of a miracle collateral play, you got to pick them off one at a time. You know, there's no room for a spray transfer or a quick adjustment, so you could be very vulnerable to a double peak. Ooh. But things just all lined up.
Yeah, a good Zipper showcase there, as well as this, which is probably one of my favorite round finishes from the last match. Yeah, this deliberacy in play that just is so collegiate in using a smoke to make sure that you can get a good pinch on the angle, but then they have an answer to that. It becomes a game of chess at this high-level play, and it's so fun to get inside the minds of the players and watch it live.
Especially when there's that time, when there's all of that pressure placed on you with the snake bite going down. That Cypher was so low on health, he basically had one shot with his handgun, and he was able to land it.
It's not often we find a 0-0 finish to a round, but when it does happen, it is incredible. And I remember the old days of the Sova Dart going thrown up into the air above the spike and just trapping the spike and making sure you get a nice 0-0 finish for the attacking team. So it's always a fun one to get.
Well, let's move on toward Bind to see what these teams fancy. I do think we're going to see a lot of runbacks on the agent choices. I think definitely from Mary Washington, we're going to continue to see their Cypher be a problem. And I'm also curious, one thing also on Bind is just with it being a classic stage, I mean, of course, with every stage, players have memorized almost every lineup, every placement they can get. But on the classic stages, they've been around so long that they know, like, that one specific pixel on this one step that puts the tripwire in a completely unexpected position. I'm going to be looking out for that from this Cypher. If we do see him again, here we go. Game 2, RIT versus University of Mary Washington. We'll see if the Eagles can pick up the win, or if the Tigers will fight back and drive us to Game 3.
A lot of times round 2, we'll see the winning team shake up the duelist a little bit. I would not be surprised if we actually saw Arena here instead of a Raze, or instead of just locking and doubling down on that Jet.
Now, I would expect probably one goes over
To the Raze.
Yeah, I expect one Raze. I'm not sure if they stick on the Jet. I mean, it was just such an effective opera. A lot less opportunities on Bind than there are Breeze to op well. Not that there aren't any, but you're really kind of limited to just one point here from this viewpoint we're seeing right now.
Yeah. As well as 1 or 2 angles from B long.
Yeah,
As
you could,
kind of that second one
you
shooting
can
right
look
across.
up into hookah. So, yeah.
Oh, and just nasty rotation threats. The lurking game on this has been dangerous, near disastrous a couple of times, especially in the last few weeks we've seen a game. We've seen big rotations try to come out. As this map feels really mobile, it feels really connected, you have those teleports, but you got to be careful because the other team can get there just as fast. So you cannot be sprinting through uncontested territory if you still have time on your advantage.
I don't know if we have the specific camera angle for it, but on the other side of attackers spawn right here, we saw one of the attackers hide behind their own box because they just had a hunch that the defending team would try to kind of surprise them by going deep into their territory, and none of them checked that box, and it turned into a very ugly scene from there on out. Okay, from Mary Washington, we do see the swap over to the Rays, and Diamond's going to stick on the Cypher, so pretty accurate as far as what we were expecting from them. For RIT, we're going to be sticking on, they're going to be sticking on the Chamber, the Viper as well. They're bringing out the Rays too. Both teams are going to go for a Brim in terms of their controller.
I know it's not exactly how it works, but it feels like Chamber is a must-pick half the time. Like, I always expect one team, at least, to take a Chamber in a bind match. So I'm glad that we'll see that mobility as well as just lurking Sentinel feels. Sure enough, it goes right along with the Ghost, as we're going to be seeing a lot of players queue for round 1. And look at this hookah stack. And it might just be the guess. Cypher has dropped all the necessary utility. I love this first round energy. They're going to go flying out, deal with a little bit of utility, and start cornering this attacking team right off the bat. Nebulous and Chad Bino fight back well, though. Saturn to find one, but is traded quickly. And a quick rotation after all that pressure on the B site. Nebulous, unfortunately, has the heal, but can't use it on themselves. They go flying into A. A beautiful clear out by Nebulous, contributing every last piece of utility. Carefully watching Bath. 2 players on it. A good smoke out of heaven is going to drop soon, and that's the rotation they're expecting. But it's going to be 2 from a little bit tighter in, threatening that U-Haul and back of truck. But they pile in. Look at this deep set defense.
Enemy remaining.
They catch one and a second one, and those 2 players in Bath never even get to see a piece of the action. Maybe that's a good call considering the low health from the sky. And a 3-person walk to the next round, making for a beautiful bonus potential.
We saw a lot of confidence from Mary Washington at the end of the last stage, but sometimes if you're just a little bit too overconfident, you can put yourself in situations where the other team, you know, even if you think you might be a rank or 2 above the other team, I mean, a bad situation is a bad situation, and someone who's 1 or 2 ranks lower than you is still going to take you out if you extend too far.
Second round, it's Spectres. That's what's on the menu. RIT opting for the 3-1-1, being now a lot more careful about the B-site situation, but University of Mary Washington's going to be playing a little bit more backseat, holding off to just see where RIT comes in at. I'm going to start applying a little bit of pressure, grabbing that orb. That is a sound cue. Along with that smoke, they're expecting at least 1 or 2 players from this angle.
There's no one hanging back out on this teleport, so they can use that safely. move over toward A and focus through. It looks like A short is going to be the consensus here very soon. But that's held down pretty tightly by Mary Washington.
It's a weird situation because before he went in,
The spike player didn't even go through it, though.
The
so
spike
it
was
might- a
transferred.
bait, yeah, a bait.
a little bit of a bait and maybe a taxi to get the Rays out of Bath safely.
Oh, I love this.
And here it is, a second one. Everybody's piled in on A, only one player deep in the elbow. Are they going to find him? Looking to make his way around, gets a good 3 shots towards the head, but all 3 didn't land as Diamond is going to be the one to go down at Tyler. And they found the last player on B site. Now these other ones have to rotate through the smoke, not a comfortable position. This is one of the worst smokes to have to deal with, honestly. The long angle is covered by Zipper with the Marshall.
Is going to head in. They get blinded as soon as they peek through that doorway. And the swing around through elbow. Tyler's going to pick up one.
Try again.
One enemy remaining.
Just getting everything out.
Flawless.
And a 4K by Tyler with so much support from the team. If that Marshall had stayed put a little bit more, they may have caught one pushing in from elbow off guard, but I think they wanted that Marshall to be geared toward the longer sight line and more aggressive in space taking.
And I just want to clarify one thing. A round or two ago, I said, you know, a team that might be a lower rank than you. That isn't the case. I just want to clarify that isn't the case with these two teams. They're actually very even in their ranking. So even more in the case of Mary Washington, you don't want to underestimate RIT. They just might have gotten off to a bad start on Breeze, and now they're on Bind, and it's a completely different story.
No, it is very true. We've got a lot of beautifully set matches today. And a lot of times it's just touching the glove in those round 1 or 2 and then changing based on what you see. The knife is going to go out and it's caught very early. Lionheart trying to keep the space that Chad Bina was able to find. Unfortunately, his body is teleported somewhere else as he falls only barely, and Lionheart has to give up that space. He only took a little bit of damage. Nothing that a Sky holding the spike in mid can't fix. And it's going to be a short look at that angle. Cribs from a distance. Going to find it right through the corner of the wall. Smoked out a little bit. Has to take a little bit of space further into main.
Trigon is already going to get a dink onto him, take him down to 57. Zipper gets the pick onto the brim. Now it's 4-2. Spike hasn't even gone down. They're going to do last second rotation on toward B. Best person to probably catch them is going to be the KO.
Ooh. That classic double blast pack out of Hookah. Oh, getting exactly the angle
seconds left.
to be shot right in the face. It's going to be all the cover for the President that we need as Spike is looking to be set. Oh, but not quite as the forces come in from the front door as well. Trigon with almost 3rd or 4th contact onto this man goes down as Saturn. Saturn, though,
Blinded.
looking to find Nebulous. A good cross pattern is set up, but
Oh,
it's not quite enough.
Oh, my. He almost just brought the round back entirely by himself. And this, I consider that a victory for RIT. I mean, technically, Mary Washington gets the point, but Valorant is often a game about margins. There are rounds you're expected to win and rounds you're expected to lose. On the bonus, if you're having rifles and you're going up against SMGs, I'd say, you know, if you can win with 5 or 4, I consider that a solid win. If you're only getting by with 1, that's a huge credit differential that could come back to bite you.
Moving in a lot of utility is holding B down well. But it's going to be A that we see our first contact on Bath. They want that orb. Both teams do. Oh, and under all the flashes, the blast pack comes out just trying to take a little bit of backpedaling.
I've got your trail.
Not going to find a RIT. Drop the cabbages into a smoke-filled A site.
Spike planted.
They're going to deal with those Trailblazers pretty quickly. Saturn, Rim and KO making their way.
Of course, needs a bit of information before he can just go charging out there with the Bucky. That's going to be great if he can round this corner and make his way into lamps. He does! 1 shot to the head. He has to reload. Trigon, if he can swing around and land the shot, he does it! And those are some very nice expensive guns that Mary Washington can pick up. Unfortunately, he's taken out by the Viper Spit before he can grab any of that expensive stuff. Oh.
Pacing the reload was the name of the game on that round, as right there in U-Haul we saw, or in Lamps, we saw quite a bit of back and forth on who had the forward step and who had the back step, playing Ring Around the Rosie, switching to sidearms.
They couldn't, and I realize it's difficult to get out of Lamps because you either got to go back the way you came or go up through short to the teleporter, in which case the sound's going to give away your position to the other team. But I think it would have been great. They had 2 people left. They took out 2 in Lamps. Just grab those 2 rifles, go and save for the next round. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. So now RIT is up to a 3-1 lead.
This game has been moving a little bit slower. It feels like these contacts are drawn out a little bit longer, and the TDK has gone down quite a bit from map 1. So even though it is a 3-1, and in the favor of the team that lost the game last time, we're seeing a little bit of an upset here, a little bit of a change in pace. RET come flying onto the site. Not quite a post plant though. The Viper's Pit holds the barrier between the two. Lionheart looking to get in that plant. It is a little bit of a push for an aggressive plant. Tyler right underneath people's feet, not needed. Neg, the first line of defense, is going to find it. Shizo back in the cabinets of Lamps. Clears straight through, no Ring Around the Rosie this time. Diamond on the other side closes in with him.
Basically back where we started, 2 players versus 4.
Oh, that's a beautiful 1-for-1 that Neg is happy to take.
Oh, this is to go into a Viper's Pit. Manages to catch 2 of them, however, immediately he steals them, but is flanked through Lamps. Oh, what looked to be an amazing comeback just gets thwarted with 1 Slybrim, who is more than happy to make that Cypher spend an ultimate all for naught.
Oh, this is the ebb and flow of rounds we were hoping for with this neck and neck pile up. Both of these teams very, very close in rank, close in history. A fly bullet takes out the second man. Hones in on the first, looks to get the plant, but he drops the curtain on himself. And one standing in the corner, just slowly tracing his footsteps. Closes out the round. Now 4-1. UMW should be rolling up the creds. They're looking for a save round here, as the last round was a full Vandal setup. RIT playing this one pretty slow. Looking to consider B again, but every time there's been a B roll, it's gotten very close. Less aggression than we usually see from UMW on these B approaches. They're just kind of playing for information, just playing for time. As time is on defense's side, you can play this like a drill when you're the defense. And just be the dummy that holds back and waits for any pressure at all. And here it is. Those sky smokes come in as well as the cage. A little bit of concuss from the Trailblazer. A few drop diamond to find one and have to trade himself out.
Planted.
Spike goes down, but they're going to get right out of there and just wait for those Noid pings. They're okay to play this defensive as well. As now time is on their side. It's a 4v5. With the man advantage, though, they're all looking from one angle. They're looking to just wave in when any of those pings are made. Through the smoke, Saturn finds one with a ghost. The gun advantage is obvious. From above, Lionheart applies the pressure needed to close in with one more. As everything is kind of dwindling down, including the clock. Double beats come out. Marshall with a no-scope finds one. Oh, closing. Looks to jump for a second. It's not quite going to be there. Tyler finds 2. And with a little bit of BM, closes the round for RIT, raking in 0.5. And look at this timeout from Diamond on the defensive side. The Cypher is Colin saying, what happened?
It's basically a mirror image of what we saw in the first game. About this time on Breeze, we saw RIT pulling out the timeout, and they weren't able to get traction after they did. So it's all anyone's guess what Mary Washington is saying to themselves, because overall, I mean, you were right. I think the Cypher played that just like any other defense would. Like you say, they're trying to get information, just play it for time. Problem is, they could have all the information they wanted, but they were still dealing with the fundamental difference of a sheriff versus a rifle.
It's tough, and it's interesting seeing them take this timeout here, because I think that foreshadows a really impactful round next round. You know, they didn't do it after a critical loss. They did it when they have the potential to make a big win. So I'd like to see this be a more conversational atmosphere for a big change than maybe our last time out was. And I'd like to see some big changes. I'd like to see something exciting this next round.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. And one thing also that you just gotta think of is how is it gonna play when Mary Washington swaps over to attack, because they've got the Cypher on defense already, his preferred location. I mean, they gotta start racking up some wins with him, because he's gonna be a lot less useful. I mean, he's still useful, of course, but a lot less if you're trying to attack with him. So they gotta make it happen soon.
And it could be a problem of momentum as well. I mean, we favored RIT in the first 3 rounds on the last map, and things have kind of shifted positions. It looks like they were able to lock in and hold that down as they were on the attack both times. That might not quite be the problem. A lot of jiggle peeking coming out Diamond on the off angle, just hoping they would take that bait and move up forward, but it's not going to happen. It's Nebulous making the great escape back towards the pocket spike. Ooh, and Tyler, that's why you leave the spike in pocket. Zipper makes a quick trade. Oh, and goes flying in after. Zipper feeling hot with no blast packs, going to dump that, hoping that someone was holding right behind. It's not going to find anything, though. A real shame. And the green variant of the Ion from Zipper holding the same angle, but it's not going to find very much. It's a re-rotate. They're looking back towards B site, which is still heavy on utility hookah. So they have to charge the same angle they did just a few moments prior. Diamond getting a second chance at contact. A solid spray through it. Could have been a cover to change angles.
Out of charge.
Can't be too sure. They find both of them steamrolling right in. B is clear. They may not know it, but the sky smokes have to come out anyways. They've got to be deliberate. They've got to be careful. On A site. The call's not made.
Oh,
They're not
that's
sure
rough.
if they really want to rotate.
You know what, though?
All the
It works
noise.
out.
Look at that.
I'm going to say that they were just predicting that rotation. They were just predicting they were going to make the teleport.
Yeah, but after that teleport noise comes out, their idea, and it's tough because you can taste their placement and what they're thinking is happening. They threw all the smokes into an empty B. They held out for a little bit. They wanted to slow things down and kind of thicken up the B defenses and then make a quick change over. But just one step ahead was the defensive side, and UMW got a good hop on that one.
UMW in a very similar position that they've been just all through this game. They lose one and then they lose the next because they have such a huge gun differential. And again, in this round, you're happy if you can just get 1 or 2 picks, maybe pick up a weapon here or there. Tyler gets the first pick. It's going to get traded back. Ooh. Oh, has to go. Oh, this is, you're facing down a tour de force with the Sheriff. Does manage to pick up the Phantom, but still, this is a scary thing to peek.
Wow.
Manages to get out of there.
Knows exactly where it is.
Tour de force and dislodges the chamber. I like that.
Cribs was standing in the close angle. They may have felt a little bit trapped, but they were putting the tour de force under pressure, and they find a second one as well. Cribs playing excellently here. Is walking all over the orb. Just helping a man get to it after a wild rotation back through Baths into A main. The pressure's not there anymore. It's going to be a big rotation coming into hookah, and they're just looking to outpace the spike. It's not quite going to be found.
And another Hawk comes online off the cooldown, so there's going to be a lot of blinding that can actually be thrown out despite it being late stage of the game. They'll throw out the Cypher cage. They blind their own Cypher, unfortunately. Shizzo gets a shot through the smoke to be able to land. And Cribs is going to get a quad to end out the match, and a much-needed victory for Mary Washington.
Yeah, I feel like Cribs kind of deserved that 4K off of being able to stare down kind of an awkward interaction where you jiggle peek and your sidearm's not quite out and a tour de force is staring you down. But look at this, takes the close angle and threatens, says, you can't come here, I have the angle advantage now with the short, and then gets closer and closer and knows exactly where the TP has been set up. That's just good game knowledge. It closes in on it and then maintains that pressure and is able to find another one.
And that's one of the interesting things about Valorant having such long halves. We've all been talking about how RIT is on a roll, but Mary Washington makes some stuff happen. They could end this still tied 6 apiece, which would be a huge change around for how we've been thinking this half is go. But that just shows how many rounds. 12 is a lot and a half, and a lot can change.
Nonetheless, a lot of teams after 2 halves decide they want to keep playing, so we'll see how it goes.
Hawk thrown out around the corner, doesn't pick anybody
Ooh,
up.
Look at this presence on the wrong side. A beautiful flank could have been there, but they could be flanking the flankers inadvertently. What is this change? Oh, and they're checking all the angles. It's not quite going to be there. They're looking for A. They're going to be grabbing the people that don't quite have the spike, but still, beautiful presence going to find Tyler. Now that the flags are up, they feel surrounded. They've got to get out of there deliberately, working together to check each other's back, making a big sweep, and they kind of collapsed the flank there. They only lost 1 person on a 2-man flank all the way through spawn. Not that bad. Saturn, though, beautiful defense position, takes 2 for a trade. That is a decent ratio.
30 seconds left.
I think Nebulous getting a nice plant here under very little pressure,
Spike planted.
but they're on the way.
Find you.
Utility being dropped. Cribs feeling hot from last round. All the info he needs to play through the walls here. Does a little bit of pepper damage. No problem with the shells.
One enemy
Continues to
remaining.
play.
One
Can't
enemy
quite 180 the
remaining.
flash, and Neg is going to
Oh.
find it. Ooh, a 1v1. The man who planted the spike now has to hold on to it. Diamond has to place a bet.
Oh, I like this play. Nice. So many players that are successful on Bind realize the opportunity you have to hop off on top of the tube instead of just going left or right. And oftentimes it catches the other person off guard.
It's a little bit scary because you've made it into a real race. Like when you choose left or right, you're hoping that they're not looking at you and that you can win a race, or you're looking for a nice flank. But when you go over the top, you're going live to all angles, and you're just saying who has the faster flip.
I was thinking this flank could have ended in disaster had
yeah.
they peeked through cave. They would have been able, as you said, to flank the flankers. Didn't happen, however. And so Mary Washington has now narrowed the lead that RIT has. They have 2 wins in a row, and could have a lot to say about how this game turns out.
Just some intimidation fire, keeping property value down here in Bind. Attacking side's going to keep holding the spike, favoring a little bit of weight onto the B side, but still not making any big decisions until they've seen the pros and cons list. Neg with all the positioning, but not quite the trigger, is going to go down, and Shizo with beautiful straight spray transfer to find Chid as well.
That just completely shuts down the B push that RIT had planned.
And no greed there. Shizo then drops right back, and is going to be all the defense they need on A site. Cribs, forward thinking, thinks flying into Bath is going to find him one, and it sure does. Lionheart on the reply, Trigon from the other side, as they've made it all the way up into Lamps. Decide to stay
30
this side
seconds
of
left.
truck, this side of the wall, this side of the sky smokes. And with low health, coming from a
Spike
couple of
planted.
players, they get a spike down for a free 300 creds. Now they just have to sit on it for the other 2,000.
That is quite an early orbital strike that's brought out by RIT.
Yeah, considering that doubling back could have doubled their timer.
He must have been really confident that someone was there, because normally it's just like it's used in a post-plant situation a lot like a lockdown.
Right.
In a case of it's used to stall out, or Hunter's Fury, it's used to keep the spike from being diffused. But he must have been super confident that someone was there. But the Brim was there, but just had to walk out a little farther, and then joined up with a teammate to do a nice swing around the crates. Pick up that Brim and pick up their 3rd win in a row. And they have finally, through all these wins, forced RIT onto an eco round. Force them onto a save. And a judge at that too. Okay, I'm all for this. If you're gonna save, sometimes you just to bring out the judge and see what happens. See what happens.
Oh.
Move in with the blast pack, makes it all the way over toward Lance and gets the flank. Not expecting him whatsoever. A shot to the back, a high five from the teammate, and RIT just might be back in this.
RIT are back on the front side of the map with an easy plant. This time, you don't have the orbital strike, but he's also not under that pressure that may have made him pop it last time. I was talking 13 health, stuck right on top of truck. No, they're able to plant it a little bit further out and take some space back. Just holding, waiting for any kind of ping here. Zipper looks to find something, but it's too late. Blast pack in hand. The cage goes up. He just can't find anything. And Cribs, bringing it to 3, has got to find an ace if they want to find the round. But look at that. That double take is not going to be fast enough. And Trigon with a 3K puts RIT back on the map with 7 points.
Considering how this opened up, though, the score used to be 6-2, I believe. If you had told me that we could be looking at the possibility of 7-5 half, if I was on the side of Mary Washington, I would have said that's amazing considering how this started.
Yeah.
We'll take that, yeah.
Yeah, not bad at all. A little bit of a forced feeling here from UMW. I mean, obviously, you got to spend all you can. It's just that all they could spend was not quite what they wanted. Yeah, they didn't quite cover the registry there.
Meanwhile, RIT is playing this out a little bit gingerly, going to leave the spike in the pocket and just wait to decide. They might be moving up. I mean, this KO has this sideline locked down. Going around that corner is going to be a risky proposition. If you don't have any util, throws out the bomb bot, but it doesn't bait out the shot. Shizo is right there and is going to be undeterred by your little robot. And now he has a chance to pick up a double. 1-for-1 trade. Now we're back even.
Not awful. Good technique. Just, again, collegiate style play here. Finding the peak on the narrowest angle, not falling for the CSGO classic drop that is the boom bot that's not coming towards you. Finding one, dropping back to the next position, and setting a trap for another. This is deliberate play. This is practice play. And it's coming down the wire. It may be 4-7, but a 3-point difference is not enough to coast for the rest of the game.
And also, if you actually want to see CSGO, make sure to tune in Fridays on NACE Starleague. Right now, RIT is moving on to the point. They're not planning, however. They want to check elbow first to make sure no one's hiding out. There goes the orbital strike. That's going to be placed out by Mary Washington. Might just try to prevent them from planning in the first place. They have traded 2-for-1. There's just one left. They don't have enough time to plant. That was well played by the Eagles. They used all the ultimates they had, and of course they had to, or else they would have lost them as the half happens. All right, 7-5. We've got a game on our hands again.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit of a close game here. Just one off from the 6-6. And like I love to bring up every single time, if you can find that first round, if they have a good pistol round, if the ghosts find their placements, if the alt fires are at point blank, then you could find 2 more points and then lose the bonus and be back to a full gun round, looking down 6-6.
Yeah.
Or
8-8.
8-8. On the other hand,
Mary Washington also sticking. They really kind of favor the gun purchases more than the abilities when it comes to the pistol round. Of course, you do have the slide advantage, but you also, if the other team can take you out with the classics, they've got some nice handguns to pick up.
Diamond calling the bluff. But look at this turnaround. So awkward. Tries to stand right in the middle of it. What a move. That is the earliest pinch I've ever seen in a game. 3 up front and 3. Charge through B long. To get the wraparound now, a crossfire is their only option. Low health for Shizo. If they call this correctly. Oh, and it's a tough one with the blast pack. Peppering just enough damage to ruin the back and forth. And now, just flank after flank.
And they were keeping any eye on Tyler, who just moved through A short. Has now placed Mary Washington in a very tricky scenario.
1 enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I think Mary Washington managing to get the spike down quickly enough is still going to take the victory.
Oh yeah, and quick enough was the name of the game. That was so high energy. You can tell there's very little credits on the line when they go flying in like that. And just, what a call.
absolutely ridiculous. The pressure was on the whole time.
That works.
It was all they could do
That's
to
a
just
good
hold
spot.
that cross angle.
I'm just surprised they managed to get the spike down as quick as they did.
I mean, defense was honestly thin, and that was the idea, is they were just looking for a big pinch and then to group back together and force forward. So
Look, I think another pinch could be coming here through both routes on A. And you just have this one diamond off here. Just see if anyone tries to rotate through Fountain. Pulls off the double peek, has to teleport away, caught in the animation. And this is a green light go for Mary Washington to plant early on A, just like they did last time. They're gonna get smoked off for RIT. And a huge flank out through Cave from Diamond.
One enemy remaining.
And he just swaps over to his classic from long range. Someone stop this person with all he's doing on a Marshall and Classic. I don't even want to know what he's going to do on a Vandal in a few rounds.
things have just gotten messy in the bathhouse.
So many flanks, so many rotations.
These teleporters are not helping.
Flawless.
But it all comes down to Tyler holding heaven and falling down. A flawless play
Their teeth will chatter in the cold
by
and
University
dark.
of Mary Washington.
And after the first round, they won the first round, but they lost everyone by winning that first round. And so picking up a flawless in the second is just the kind of, credits that they kind of needed to be able to kind of bonus confidently here. Now the rubber hits the road.
7-7. We talked about the gun difference here and being slated to win the next round, and the down team, which just took 2 and are just looking to bonus things up, just wanting to make as much damage as they can. Cribs dropping in a little bit of utility. Zipper holding this one way, though it is small. Saturn doing much the same, holding onto the spike though.
Launching smoke.
Oh, this could be a great flank brought out by Cribs. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Little bit of a shake-up.
Grim, spike holders made it all the way toward Lamps under cover from Zipper. Throws out the bar. Oh, Zipper! You are a hero. I thought for sure he would be taken out when he threw out his molly, but had a paint shells to clutch it. Is onto a triple, possibly looking at a quad.
Now Zipper holding no more utility as that second paint shells was tossed into heaven and doesn't find very much, as well as the blast packs just for some extra mobility. Is literally just dry holding this with no cover. They're just waiting to see where Nebulous will come from. Smoke on smoke is dropped from above.
Yeah, they're staggering them out well. And
Not
it's
gonna be
just
there.
a save from Nebula. He's just going to call it, look through.
Ooh.
Last pack in.
Oh, the Hunter, Zipper, finds it, grabs the 4K, makes you wonder, could it have been?
You're going to scatter from my stuff.
And before the spike goes
Super
up, it is
easy to pick off.
8-7.
They won their bonus round. This is absolutely huge for Mary Washington.
Oh, yeah, what a turnaround. I mean, from, you were staring at 2-6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now
The thing is,
8-7.
Mary Washington used their timeout. There's still one that RIT could possibly use. I would say if they probably lose this next round, they've already lost 3 in a row. If they lose this next one, I think it would probably be a good time because they're saving for this round. They'll go into the next round with rifles, and maybe you just want to touch base with them, make sure they win when they have the best
Last
chance.
player
But in terms of this save round, Zipper's already just going to charge right in and claim victory almost instantly. My goodness. Now we're kind of seeing that confident play from Mary Washington come back. I couldn't even finish my thought in the middle of the round without that. I just wasn't expecting them to push up that quickly. And they're all gathering. Yeah, they still want to just charge right in. They're
Safety's off.
might have second thoughts about it. A few of them are peeling off, but it looks like it's probably going to be a push through hookah.
Quite simply, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Those flashes give a little bit of info to the situation. At least find 2. So defense RIT are going to pull back just a little bit. Cribs looking, just hunting for something. Dropping a few shots on every angle. There may be someone hanging close. We're going to get that ultimate coming out as well as the double flat. Basplat goes flying into their own paint shell. It's going to take a little bit of damage just for that mobility, just to be right on the site right when it needs to be. Saturn getting a plant that lines up beautifully with B long, and they're holding it close. Zipper to drop some more utility into the smokes. They're just fighting for this space. They've dumped utility into an empty site just to guarantee all of the ferocity that they need. Goes overflowing on the site.
You've had a lot of noise, but no eliminations thus far. But a good amount of time has gone by on the spike. Showstopper brought out probably a fire through the smoke, just in the general direction of RIT, and it finds one, gets another one through the smoke with the Vandal, and that's enough time burned off that spike is certainly going to detonate.
I don't think anyone saw who they killed that round. Even the players that weren't fighting through the smoke were blinded. That was, what a round. That was crazy. Just catching the rotation right and being all in a pack to take the site, buckled down and dumped the place with utility. There is no visibility this round. Finds one through the smoke, just fires straight down the middle.
Well, it looks like the hunch that a timeout might be on the horizon has proven correct. RIT, if I'm going to put you in the coach's role, Greg, you got to rally them back. They got off to such a great start, a huge lead. Now they're facing being behind 3 rounds. What do you tell them?
It would have to be do whatever you were just doing, right? We saw, I am a big believer in if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And they were doing fantastic in the first couple of rounds. We saw not the gameplay that they were hoping for in the first map, and it's starting to return that. They have the momentum, and it's starting to slip. How did they get that back? What did they do?
I mean, I think definitely Mary Washington is showing themselves to be very comfortable in an attacking role. Like if they're the way that they're playing, their team, if they have the slightest bit of momentum and they've got the confidence, they're a team that just slides into the groove very well, if you will.
And I mean, it's true that we've seen a lot of back and forth within the round, and Valorant as a 5v5 tactical shooter has this beautiful dynamic where, or mechanic, I should say, where you start as the attacking team, but once you plant, you become the defending team. And there's a lot of these positional changes as well, where we see the defense behind the offense after these teleportations come out, after large team flanks come out. So it could just be that they were holding on to the defense so long by playing it in an attacking style.
I also probably would have told the team, since they decided to have their timeout for the next round, I would have, probably told them, focus on what your win objectives are. Know what it is for this round, because sometimes when you're on a save round, you can think, oh, we just lost another round, but realize the situation they're in, go through those new picks, get the credits in your favor, and then go from there. We take this one round at a time, one engagement at a time. Diamond gets a double, is going to move in. Mary Washington, however, just wants this to play out the way it did last time. Win after win. And now all two of RIT have to rotate over. They're going to get smoked off in that one position that's just a pain to deal with.
Low of health, just holding things together a little bit. That utility's going to be broken, and the smoke is about to settle. But a molly paced with it, so you might be able to see me, but you're not going to get very much. Cadbino finds one, and Cribs with the 2. They were so excited. They found exactly what they're looking for, and it's near flawless take by University of Mary Washington. And look at the credits roll into the next round. It is going to be full guns for both teams, but man, is it tight between the wallets of RIT. The Tigers have got to take this round if they don't want to be staring into deep double digits and a battle of mistakes with the save round on their hands.
They did coordinate this well, however, because this is going to be a rifle. Here goes the orbital strike out instantly from Mary Washington. And immediately, I think they pay for just their overambition. RIT now is in a lead, 3-2. They also have a tour de force that the chamber can use. Teleport is going to be used, but it's used pretty fast. That Raze is just trailing behind, manages to escape. They are a bit staggered. They're going to meet back up as the spike gets planted.
Yeah, but now they have to move on to B side with the tour de force, so they decide maybe coming in through hookah isn't the call.
And
We're
most
just gonna try to get
crucially,
the
they got rid of they got rid of the brim, so they don't have to deal with all the smoke and sight to nail, and all of a sudden this hallway becomes a much more even fight.
Man, that 1-for-1 trade was good, but Zipper comes sliding in to find the last two. That 3K on low health closes up point 11, bringing it to 12v7 for the game.
Yeah, despite that being a more even fight, it's still in the favor of Mary Washington. But almost had a choice. I mean, they traded instantly at the beginning, traded 1-for-1, so it's a 2-to-1, but they let themselves be victim to the collateral. And instantly it's changed around. Mary Washington walks away from that one at match point and bringing out an Odin as well. All right. Didn't know they like to party like this, but here we go.
Everybody does. The fun guns, the last resort, the Hail Marys of it. Oh, Chad Bino looking to take an off, but it's not quite there. All the pressure is on. Look at this dump. Visibility is low. People flying through the air. It's not going to be there. Zipper finds one with utility and Saturn to get one with his arms. Rides right in for the plant. A little bit of low health around Trigon. Asks for the stim. They're looking to just go flying in as soon as that Cypher cage drops. Gotta be careful. The Hawk comes out, finds one. And a reply with the Odin. It's not enough. When you're staring into three people that pound up, heating the gun, can't stave off
One
three
enemy
players.
remaining.
Zipper through the walls, grabs one, and another showstopper goes empty. As attackers take it in the last second. Yeah, I asked for a high-intensity match. Only 3 of those rounds went down to not elimination.
Congratulations to Mary Washington. They sure turned it around on Bind despite a rocky start to win it 2-0 in this best of 3. Congratulations to them. And we now just have one more fight to go. But before we move on, we want to give a shout out, of course, to some of the great people here who help support NACE Starleague and bring these broadcasts to you. And the first one we want to talk about is, of course, Truth, largest public health organization and America's largest nonprofit dedicated to a future where tobacco and nicotine addiction is a thing of the past. For more information about the effects of vaping on mental health, go to breathofstressair.com. Thank you very much to Truth. Now, we also want to shout out Duncan, of course, because NACE Starleague and America as a whole runs on Duncan. Well, it might be the end of the round and we might take a break. Well, we are going to take a break. But what I mean to say is, even though we are taking a break, we might have something for you because in these post-game discussions, we often have reviews of how things went. We often have interviews with the winning team. So stick around during this break. We might just get some inside information from the victors. But for now, we'll take a few minutes off. We will leave you with the top 5 plays of the game brought to you by Mavix. Mavix gaming chairs. Feel the difference and enjoy your top 5 plays.
Up again with utility.
That hasn't really been forgetting B-side. We've run a lot of Hawks out there for the past few years. We're going to see Command Null be brought out on attack as they move in toward the pyramids to plant. But Zipper is going to all of a sudden just stop the momentum. Look at that flick right over. Beautiful aim by the
Strider. And then pulling back to the main offensive Viper wall. This is the preferred position in Zipper. We've seen 3.
Oh!
Contact so
Brutal!
Another 2. Looking for that ace. One remains holding the spike and moves somewhere else. Oh, trapped in the corner. Zipper closing in. This time, Simon comes from the other side, closes in with him.
Basically back where we started. 2 players versus 4.
Oh, that's a beautiful 1-for-1 that Meg is happy to take.
This is going to a Viper's pit. Manages to get two of them, however, immediately leaves the old step, but his flame noise, but no eliminations thus far. But a good amount of time has gone by on the spike. Showstopper brought out probably a fire through the smoke just in the general direction of RIT, and it finds one. Gets another one through the smoke with the Vandal. And that's enough time burned off that spike is certainly going to hit her. They're going to meet back up as the spike gets planted.
But now they have to move on to these guys through the force, so they decide maybe something to do.
Most crucially, they got Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. We currently have a victor that we want to talk to. It's Shizzo from University of Mary Washington joining us in the studio, behind us on the big screen as well. It's great to have you here. How are you doing?
Doing well, doing well.
All right, well, we certainly have a lot that we want to ask you about that last round. And first thing that I really want to ask is, we kind of saw a certain groove be brought out with how your team likes to play. Like on attack, both on Breeze and Bind, you really kind of had a strategy of very fast plants and very fast engagements. Do you think your team is generally more comfortable on attacking? Do you have a preference at all?
Not particularly. We do like to get in there fast, but they were playing a lot of retake, so we just kind of had to play post plan a lot of the rounds.
Yeah, well, it's good to see good accommodations to the play style. I feel like there was a huge momentum shift both forward and backward on Bind in particular. Can you walk us through what happened there?
Yeah, we had a bunch of pretty bad rounds, and then Zipper called a timeout, and he literally just said, everyone stand up, take a break. And Mason, our Diamond, our IGL, was just talking to us about our next round, and we ended up winning that, and then we went on a streak. Very momentum-based.
Well, it's great you mentioned Zipper because we have to shout out, I mean, that ace that he got on Breeze with the op. Is there going to be any rivalry? Like if a team makes a great play, do you sometimes, challenge each other to, hey, can I make an ace myself? Do you give each other friendly challenges in that regard?
We were screaming at him to get that ace. We were just tapping at the KO in Kabul. But yeah, I mean, obviously, like if the other team gets an ace, we want an ace. But I mean, the only thing that matters is the score. So.
Yep, and he's got his ace. You've got your win, and we congratulate you on pulling out your victory. Wish you the best of luck going forward in the season. Thank you for joining us, Shizzo.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, that's going to do it for game one, but we still have one left that we want to bring to you, so don't go away. We will be back with the second NACE Starleague Valorant match right after this break.
If you want it, you just have to take it. If you feel something, boy, you gotta tell me. Yeah. No, I like you, baby, you know. I want you to take control. I like, baby. No, I like you, baby, you know. I want you to take control. I like, baby.
Dead like a summer sunset, doing things that I shouldn't, but it helps me reset. I'm fucked up, but it's fine, yeah. Anything to forget that it's all in my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. My head don't feel like it used to. I miss my homies, yeah. The thing we had discontinued, but I'm not lonely yet. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm drinking cause I'm bored, down by behind locked doors, yo. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. Get out of my, get out of my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We can reach it. Yeah, we got it. And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Classic stages, they've been around so long that they know like that one specific pixel on this one step that puts the tripwire in a completely that always seemed like such a
A good 180 on the flash, got the shoulder. A
Oh!
beautiful double peek is absolutely foiled by, again with utility. And
This guy hasn't really been forgetting B-side, has been throwing a lot of hawks out there in the past few rounds. We're going to see Command Null be brought out on attack as they move in toward the pyramids to plant, but Zipper is going to all of a sudden just stop that momentum. Look at that flick right over. Beautiful aim by the...
Forward peaks from Death and even more utility. The pressure is on, but he's doing well. He finds two.
Is suppressed, so can't use any movement abilities or smokes. Hunter's Fury is going to be brought out by Mary Washington. Doesn't get anyone. Best they can hope for is that it got a tick. Looks like the Viper has taken a bit of damage. It's going to be enough for Zipper to just move right in there with the classic, take things out, clean things up, and push Mary Washington up.
Against Trigun. And then pulling back to be the main offense through this Viper wall. This is the preferred position of Zipper. We've seen 3.
Oh!
Contacts go
Brutal!
down to another 2. Looking for that ace. One remains holding the spike. When he moves somewhere else, he's trapped in the corner. Zipper closing in. Is still a menace. Looking to clear the site with the help of Death and Shizo each finding another kill. And it's a little bit of a pushback. The spike is still here. So they're going to clear out. Get some defuse to the half. Tyler's going to drop with the ultimate, but it's not quite enough. There's still a diffuser there, and they find him. Attackers at the last second.
Great angle that Diamond has. They're not looking at all, and he takes that Soba right. Getting a few wall bangs, taking them down to half health. When pistol round, all you need is one.
From a side, a piece of
That's
utility
huge.
which gives away so much information and a little bit of time. Now Diamond, from the other angle, they have a beautiful cross angle. There's no option. He has to tap the spike and choose a side. He's gonna move over. And finds one, a 1v1 both. A little low on the health here. A lot of info on it. Checks all the cheeky angles up close. Tyler, speaking of up close and personal with the wall, but the owl drone shows all. No one's gonna be caught. Death dumping utility in. And the first few falls come out. Saturn and Zipper both find their one, but one is traded. Lionheart, that critical angle on the A site, finds another one. And then Zipper both find their one, but one is traded. Lionheart, that critical angle on your advantage.
I don't know if we have the specific camera.
To be set, but not quite as the forces come in from the front door as well. Trigun with almost 3rd or 4th contact onto this man goes down as Saturn. Saturn though, looking to find Nebulous. A good cross pattern is set up, but it's not quite enough.
Oh my, he almost just brought the...
Rim and KO making their way.
Of course, needs a bit of information before he can just go charging out there with the Bucky. It's going to be great if he can round this corner and make his way into lamps. He does! One shot to the head. He has to reload. Trigun, if he can swing around and land the shot, he does it!
Around the Rosie this time. Diamond on the other side closes in with him.
Basically back where we started. 2 players versus 4.
Oh, that's a beautiful 1-for-1 that Neg is happy to take.
Oh, this is... to go into a Viper's pit. Manages to get 2 of them, however, immediately it's the OSEP, but is flanked.
The same angle they did just a few moments prior. Diamond getting a second chance of contact. A solid spray through what could have been a cover to change angles. Can't be too sure. They find both of them steamrolling right in. B is clear. They may not know it. But this
Facing down a tour de force with the Sheriff. Does manage to pick up the Phantom, but still, this is a scary thing to peek.
Wow.
Manages to get out of there.
Knows exactly where it
tour de
is.
force and dislodges the chamber. I like that.
Crips was standing in the close angle. They may have felt a little bit trapped, but they were putting the tour de force. They're going to be grabbing the people that don't quite have the spike, but still beautiful presence. No, beautiful defense position. Takes 2 for a trade. That problem with the shells continues to play. Can't quite 180 to fly. Has to place a bet.
Oh, I like this
A
play.
couple of players, they get a spike down for a free 300 threads. Now they just have to sit on it. The other 2,000.
That is quite an early orbital strike that's brought out by RIT.
Yeah, considering the doubling back could have doubled their timer.
It must have been really early orbital strike that's brought out by RIT.
Yeah, considering the doubling back could have doubled their timer.
Point they're not planning, however. They want to check elbow first to make sure no one's hiding out. There goes the orbital strike. That's going to be placed out by Mary Washington. Might just try to prevent them from planning in the first place. They have traded 2 for 1. There's just 1 left. They don't have enough time to plant. That was well played by the
Bluff. But look at this turnaround. So awkward. Tries to stand right in the middle of it. Though, if they call this correctly. Oh, and it's a tough one with the blast pack. Pepper just enough damage to ruin the back and forth. And now just
now plays Mary Washington in a very tricky scenario. Managing to get the spike down quickly enough is still going to take the victory. Rotate through Fountain, pulls off the double peek, has to teleport away, caught in the animation. They're going to get smoked off for RIT, and a huge out through cave from Diamond.
One enemy remaining.
And he just
so many rotations. These teleporters are not helping.
Long.
noise, but no eliminations thus far. But a good amount of time has gone by on the spike. Showstopper brought out probably a fire through the smoke, just in the general direction of RIT, and it finds one, gets another one through the smoke with the Vandal, and that's enough time burned off that spike is certainly going to
Low of health, just holding things together a little bit. Utility is broken, and the smoke is about to settle. But a Molly paced with it, so you might be able to see me. You're not going to get very much. Had Bino finds 1 and Cribs with the 2. They were so excited.
stagger. They're going to meet back up as the spike gets planted.
Yeah, but now they have to move on to B-side with the tour de force, so they decide maybe coming in through hookah isn't the call.
And most crucially, they got rid of they got rid of the Brim, so they don't have to deal
Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio. I'm your host, Greg Old Soul Smith, and joining me on the turf today is Taryn Mays Lapoma. We're jumping into some Valorant action coming to you. This is the middle of the pack situation. We've already seen the highs take some big smash out games against the lows a couple weeks ago, and now we're into the thick of it. We just saw a crazy game on Breeze, followed by another big turnaround on Bind, and we're going to be jumping into Breeze one more. We got a little bit of an early look at the picks and bans situation, and we're going to be sharing them with you. First off, Maze, what do you think about Breeze? Where's your mindset when the IGL locks in Breeze?
Yeah, I'm excited to see Breeze. When it comes to Breeze, the main thing I look for is time management. It's such a big map, and you only got a certain amount of time to get that bomb down or defuse the spike if you're on defense. So you got to make sure your rotates are on point and where you want to go, and you have to have it straight with your team.
Yeah, and we've seen some scary time situations, both the ebb and the flow of time pushing and pulling as offense teams have to be the one on the clock getting in that spike down. And that was our games against University of Mary Washington and RIT, which ended in a very close 2-0 on the favor of Mary. Next up, though, it's Central Oklahoma, the Bronchos versus Colorado College Prowlers right now. And I love to see those rosters as we're looking into these teams, which are pretty close in terms of rank, and they're pretty close in terms of history. One of them's got a 2-0, and one of them's got a 1-1. And we know those 2-0s don't tell the entire story. There's been huge pop-offs and huge trade-offs last couple weeks and this week. So looking in those rosters, Colorado College is going to be sporting on their first 5 Drury, Primera, Blobbins, Dole Carrot Juice, and Sweesk. And for Central Oklahoma,
And for Central Oklahoma, the starting 5 is going to be Umai, Raxo, Kade, Brittle, and RJ.
yeah, sometimes they give you some difficult names there. We'll get nice and used to them as we get on into the thick of it. These 5v5 headed by an IGL are going to be going head-to-head in the next game of Valorant. And because I know we got a couple of people that aren't super familiar with the game in the crowd, we're looking in and down the barrel of a 5v5 tactical shooter on some of our favorite maps, where each team's goal is to plant the spike or defend the site, and then eliminate the other team to make sure that either of those objectives don't happen. And the sites that we're going to be looking at, I've got up behind me. It seems like we've got a couple of bans popping out already. No Bind available, no Lotus, so we're going to lose a little bit of that 3-site feel. Oh, looks like these aren't totally true, those binds. Those bans were worked around. Breeze, Lotus, and Haven are going to be our options. So we do have some 3-site options. How are you feeling about these options here with Breeze, Lotus, Haven?
Yeah, Lotus is something I don't see often. That usually gets banned when I play, so I'm excited to watch that. And Haven, I hope it goes to map 3 because I love watching 2 teams play Haven.
Haven is definitely one of my favorites, especially after they get a little bit of touch in the glove and they feel out how exactly they want things to be played. Breeze, we brushed up on it. It looks like we're going to be diving right in with the attacking side of the take. Do you usually like to attack or defend on Breeze? We've talked about these changes on Breeze, kind of making the game a little bit easier for defense, and it's always been the case, but with so many off angles and an absolute wide open space for opping. Where are you at, attack or defense, when Breeze pops out?
I definitely usually like to play defense. I feel like it's easier to read the other team. It's easier because you let them come in. It's their job to plant your spike, so
yeah, I like that. I like that. Just let them come to you, play the clock. And like you said, time management is the name of the game on this one. Being able to let the clock just run dry on your opponent is everything you could ever need. No reason to get up and in their face. But some of these teams like to play pretty aggressive, pretty forward, catch some early information, dump utility when everybody's still kind of trapped in a box. So there's still options on the way you want to play this map. So we're going to have to see how Colorado College and University Central Oklahoma want to toss this one up. Lotus, Haven, on the other hand, where's your mindset in a 3-site map? Do you feel like there's a difference in connectivity and mobility on these maps?
Yeah, especially on Haven, having those 3 sites, it's definitely more favored towards the attacker's side. You could throw lurks anywhere, and you can only put so many people on so many sites, so it's hard to know which site they're actually going to hit.
Yeah, interesting that all 3 of these maps actually were favored attacking by both teams. Anytime the pick came out, they decided to go on the attacking side, so I hope that means we're going to see a lot of aggressive presence on the field. If you asked me, especially a year ago, if you asked me whether defense or offense has the upper hand in a typical game, I would say that it's defense hands down. Just the way that you can, burn that clock out and just wait. A lot of these maps are usually pretty defense geared, but that offense just gets to pick first and to kind of decide
the pacing of the game. And look at these rosters. How are you
love
feeling
these
about the
comps.
lineups? Yeah,
I love
what's
these
the comp
comps.
thoughts
Seeing
here?
Deadlock is something I've not seen before on a Breeze.
Yeah, dual carrot juice locking in the deadlock and holding the spike. What does that mean for you? Walk us through how deadlock, because we have not actually seen a lot of deadlock play in the NACE Collegiate so far.
Another thing I noticed is they don't have a duelist as well. So that op is kind of out of the question. You don't have a chamber to op, or you don't have a duelist as well. So I'm excited to see how this goes.
Yeah, op out of the question when that was the gut reaction for you to where we want to go with this site. Kind of a little bit strange, a little bit of the cam flyover as we see attacking side is going to pile up on the A. Only one man holding that, but look at this back, just back-seated, casual defense. They've got one up front, but the truth is they're just holding their angles. They're not afraid to let that clock run out on the offense. We're going to have to see the reply. Dre tossing in the knife, followed by so much other utility as Harbor is going to lead the force straight into an early plant. This is a fast plant. The post-plant scenario now is a little bit tight. They haven't checked the entire site, and they could be overwhelmed pretty quickly. Honestly, it's not a bad call for the defense to let the offense plant a little bit early and just shut them down fast. They're going to have to deal with this presence coming in from the back doors here. Colorado College trying to make their way back onto the site. Harbor walls holding them in. And another harbor wall. Curved, but still wall bangable. Right is going to find one onto Dre. And gets very aggressive with this division here, just playing into their turf. Looking for almost a flank. Being just disruptive. And really, it's all to just defend the president as we get an easy defuse early into the round, which is something that we'd expect from a very, very fast plant.
Yeah,
That's
very,
round one. Where are
very
you sitting
solid
on it?
retake from Colorado College. The bomb got down. They put the spike got planted really fast, like 20 seconds into the round, and they just took their time and they came out together and traded each other well and diffused the spike. So well played, Colorado College.
This is one of my favorite things to see on a second round. It's not all SMGs. We're going to see a little bit of variability in the playstyle here. 1 SMG, 2 Bulldogs, and 2 Marshals. Again, we talk about how important it is to have those long sight lines on such a playground for ops like Breeze is. It's narrowed up a little bit, but these fun guns that we see on round 2 just make things a little bit more exciting. You have to be careful exactly what angles you decide to hold, because you could be at the angle advantage or disadvantage.
There they are.
A little bit of utility just holding up B. We talked about B being the hot commodity. And as long as it's not being locked down by a Cypher or a Viper, people are going to want to move on in. Dual Carrot Juice with the deadlock getting an early plant. Again, we see University Central, getting very early plants in. Maybe a little bit of punishment coming out for a 3K for Mumai.
One enemy remaining.
And that Marshall is really just broken when it comes to your bonus round because they don't have any shields. So it's just a one-shot for the body.
Yeah, fair point. Devastating presence of the deadlock utility. Finding its debut here on our showcase of the Starleague NACE games and Valorant for fall 23. Round 2, pretty smooth, pretty straightforward. It was a little bit quicker.
This is a big round for Oklahoma. They're all going to have rifles now, so they need to secure this round.
A lot of times we don't see the round that's the team that's won 2 rounds in a row take the next one because they're just going to bonus up exactly what they're holding. So the other team's looking to make as much damage as they can. Early sightlines, Dre finds one just barely through the wall. And HJ goes down. Again, such a huge presence and early pressure onto A site. They might be looking into a little bit of a flank situation. Looks like they're already prepared for that as the flank watch is heavy here. In fact, it could even just be a fair 2v2. We're not going to get a lot of coverage of it, but one goes down and a second one. Squeezed and Primary each holding their ground and finding their one. Take out 2 more, and those are all of the defenses
Last player standing.
in the pinch operation. Now everyone can just face forward. Bright is going to find one. Bonuses up a good weapon. Looking to fight around this deadlock. Oh, just can't quite get in to defuse. Is really holed up in an awkward situation. That is a great deadlock placement as they're stuck here now. The ping goes out for the defuse. As they come rushing in, that wall just holds him in place. Lobbins comes forward and finds the team ace.
Yeah, when it comes to Valorant, that's how that round's supposed to be. Like, they have 5 rifles and you're stuck with Sheriffs and Spectres, so there's only so much you can do against that.
They did try their best to play off with a little bit of Marshals. We didn't see the Bulldogs make a lot of noise. And that defuse.
Very close.
Pro stick, he was close. And he fought around a little bit with that deadlock utility.
It looks like Oklahoma loves pushing the ace side. They love getting that bomb down fast and just pushing it all as high. Not throwing any mid-lurks, nothing.
Yeah, from your perspective, where is Colorado College wanting to be to shut down this 5-man push that we're consistently seeing? Because as far as I'm concerned, once you start seeing a pattern, you should respond to it and punish that dependability.
Yeah, I think it's a little early to tell for Oklahoma, but they just need to plan out their retakes more because the attackers are taking the side very fast. We need to plan out a good retake play and get those trades down.
So much harbor utility, making it very difficult to see here, but sure enough, low health from a few of the defenders can stave off these attackers that are just going to be watching right down the hallway to see this plant vulnerable. 1 HP left on Bright still. Not quite going to find one, and it's an ace by Dre. An unsuspecting aces. All he really did was hold the ground and just fight off anybody who was trying to come down the hall and upset that plant watch. And a quick plant finds him a second point. I would say there's a big flaw in what they're doing, but as long as it's working for them, would you say there's any wrong in it?
No, they have a very strong push. They're taking it as 5, and they get the bomb down extremely fast, and it makes it hard for Colorado College to get that bomb down when they're just spraying at them through 5 through the smoke.
And it looked like maybe it was intentional, a little bit of a shakeup, but not quite. Back to the 5-man stack, moving right in. It would have been nice to see a 4-man stack, feign the pressure that they've been applying to get an early rotate and then solo plant. I'd like to see it, but maybe not this round. Very, very consistent. The same harbor utilities are coming out from UCO. And the Prowlers are just holding fast just in case there's any variation in the play here. They're moving nice and slow in. I mean, on paper, the consistency is unmatched. RJ, with an absolute flash, is going to let Bill Carrot Juice walk right on by, but the deadlock still goes down to Umai, watching from the back seats.
2 players from Colorado College on the flank, and they get shut down. Unfortunate.
Yeah, and they tried that last round, too. This game has been a lot of feeling things out and playing by the book. But to see when things start to change.
Great shots by Sova.
Yeah, KD moving right in. A clever name for a man that just got a few more kills on the pile.
Done.
There it is at 3K to close up the round. A quick spray, and that's a clutch. Almost walked away with guns, but unfortunately that is going to be a cred wipe for the round. Save for the winnings they just made on that clutch.
And it looks like Oklahoma's actually going to switch it up this round. They're sending 2 towards B and 3 towards A now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very close clutch. Yeah, and a 3 and a 2 is an interesting change-up because I would expect this team, if they were going to change up, to just send a big, strong 5-man push on B. And this is the first time that Colorado College isn't loosely stacking all over the board. Instead, they're setting up that flank early, and they have 3 people holding tight. But the harbor utility doesn't come out. Instead, it's a slow walk down B. Dole leading the charge. And there is that utility pattern that they just keep repping. But it's in the wrong neck of the woods, and we still have the flank coming out. They think it might be a slow push, but once the spike gets planted and he can't hear it, it's on the other side. And this 5-man jump, can they be caught off in mid? Oh, the flank potential is almost there. Dre takes the flash first, but it's not quite enough. And RJ from a distance with the first ultimate of the game, queuing onto Dre with the tour de force. Umai with the knives following up is going to get traded, unfortunately. Loses the rest of those knives. Right through the wall, though. Carrot Juice stays strong, finds 1 for free, does get traded. RJ another with the tour de force. Just rolling frag into frag, and Rasco with an easy defuse to bring it up to 3-3. So far, it's been a little bit of back and forth.
It has been. That was a great retake by Colorado College. They stacked A site that round thinking they were going to five-man A again, but they actually pushed the B site, but they kept their cool and kept their mental straight and retook the site together and defused the bomb. So we'll play by them.
Colorado College been playing the mental game. Our Trap finding themselves just one step behind. The Prowlers now opt for their 2 and 3 split, holding things back together. It's a mimic of round 1, 2, 3. The Harbor Wall coming back out to hold things long. The 5-man push a little bit slower than we've seen before. That curve wall is going to come out, as well as the plant cover right into default. They're just clearing the space, doing the best they can. Deadlock swarming in. Doesn't quite drop the utility that we've seen last round. This Hunter's Fury knows exactly where it should be. And they love just playing down in the hallway and holding on to those pings, just waiting for anybody to tap the spike. So that Hunter's Fury is an easy placement. It's not going to take any frags, but it is threatening.
Here comes University of Oklahoma with the retake. Go down to 43.
One enemy remaining.
I would let you live, but that does not compute.
University Central. Central Oklahoma. Moving into another good buy phase here. Still on the line a bit. 3v4. Looks like a 5-man push. Come attack right up to the B side. And again, that presence. They're just one step ahead. The chess match ensues as A-Site's presence is so far forward on defense. That's obviously all the knowledge they need, so it's a good thing it's a much quicker run this time by CC. And the Prowlers come running in. Blobbin's going to be the first one to take. And Rasco. Don't care Goose again, but spike holder designated. Tough throwing the spike to the same person every time. Gets a little bit structured, but I guess that's what we've seen a lot from both of these teams. Very, very practiced play. KD takes another one. Bright looking for the defuse. People moving back around as the 2v2 coming in for a pinch here on B. So many back and forths. RJ finds 2. Umai goes down. Bright. Top of the snake bite and Blobbins to close off the last one right before the spike goes off. Nearly a clutch.
That was a great push, B main. University of Central Oklahoma actually pushed A main that round, which gave them the info that they were not there and that they would have to be pushing B main. So they got to rotate over there quickly, but unfortunately the trades did not land and they were not able to win that round.
A lot of times we see this timeout pop up when things are very tilted, but right now it's only 3v5. If you're University Central, what are you thinking here? Why would you want to pop a timeout at this time? I mean, that's a utility that you get to keep for the whole game if you wanted to.
I talk about our retakes. They're obviously getting their spike down extremely fast, and it's hard to stop that, it really is. So for them to be successful in this game, they're going to have to retake very well. So if I were them, I'd be talking about that right now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And the other team, if it was their timeout, what would you be saying to them? Where do you feel like they're positioned
I
right
just
here?
keep my mental up. You know, they're playing well, they're playing strong, they're working as a team, and the trades are going down. So I would just tell them to keep the mental up.
Yeah, keep the mental up is a good call. Especially we saw this last game. We got a huge little piece of info from our players on the winning team of the last game. Said all the IGL said was stand up, shake it out a little bit, get back into it. The mental is an important part, especially when they're playing these chess games with them, just 5-man stacking one way. And right when we see the players kind of change in how they want to stack these and they start to respond to that 5-man stack on A, they're punished for responding. And it feels like they just can't win. It gets to be a mental game on the side of UCO. But this time they make the right call. They find one. Not checking their angles. Admittedly, that is just because they're one core stabilized from going from down to up. Go Carrot Juice is going to get the res there. And flips the situation. Low health on one team, but still, they're diminishing the numbers of the opponents so well. Sweet is just barely able to find one, but that's RJ's with a big turnaround, finds two.
Teleport's ready.
Down to a 2v3. The momentum is definitely slowed on RJ's clock. Staring down the barrel. Two more. Sees one.
That's 3.
Looking at this remaining set of players, just can't quite hold together the double peak. And KD, looking for that defuse, isn't able to grab it in time. As Sweest grabs the final elim for another good round to the Prowlers. Colorado College looking in 6 points against 3. Doubling the score here, though. Like we said last game, a long half means that you could have 6v6 here still if University Central Oklahoma can
And this
pull
flank
it
by
together.
Chamber was magnificent. He got 3 on, and he almost won the round for his team. But this double swing is really hard to counter. There's not much you could do against that.
Yeah, and that's just a good double swing.
Yeah.
It is tough because you learn to love a good double swing.
Oh, yeah.
Like if you're not playing very much, if you play a lot, it's upsetting. You see these two guys just jump right out and sit on you. It's tough, but that was just totally in there. Oh, a beautiful near op shot. RJ is not quite going to hold it together. Gets a lot of pepper damage, only down to a 21%. And the plant is already out again. The high speed play that CC likes to have here. Then backpedaling, Blobbins to find one. Dole Carrot Juice, obviously in with the plant, decides to put it even deeper into the field. Not something we saw them do a lot of in the last few rounds, but there it is. Goes hungry for the hunt and grabs the second K. Lasco down, bringing it to a 7v3 as round 10 closes up. This next one, the buy phase coming out. Where are you feeling credit-wise here? I mean, full gun round. This is your chance to turn it around. The last couple saves are they've got to come into this point. UCO, we'd love to find this.
Yeah, if I'm UCO here, I'm definitely taking a gamble stack here. This five-man push has been so unstoppable that I feel like it's time to make a change to our game plan, and they should gamble stack A to see if they can shut down this push.
Gamble stack A meaning just a 5-man stack on A, looking for a reach
Yeah.
on B if it's there.
Yeah, like at least more than 3, so you're able to shut down this push. Looks like they're going to be backing up here.
Yeah, that is something that we've seen. When they do decide to maneuver the stack a little bit, it's not ever 5-man, and they haven't gone for a full gamble yet. And when you go with 4 and 1, you are increasing your advantage on one side, but you're massively decreasing it the other. I mean, we talked about how just tough a 2-peak is. I mean, you more than half your chances of making it out of there alive. So going to full 5-man instead of just changing the spread a little bit could be the move that they're looking to make. But
This is great info from the Sova. They know they have not rotated yet because the Sova is holding mid, so they know they're still stuck A main.
yeah, very true. He has a beautiful sight line that kind of pens him in. But does that mean anything for them, or can they just burn out the clock?
It's going to be hard to win. It's a 3v5. If Colorado College just takes it as 5 on the A side, it's going to be hard for that Viper to hold.
30
it on
seconds left.
Right here.
They know
And
they've got
that's
him trapped
exactly what
in.
they're going to do.
Wow, 30 seconds goes up. They have to make it or break it. They go flying in. Dole Carrot Juice again holding the spike. Designated carrier goes down to Umai, right through the smoke. A little bit more utility looking to drop
That's a
in.
bomb plant down, which is huge. There's 15 seconds left. He has to plant this.
Oh, they know exactly where default is. They just keep drilling it. It's a 2K looking for one more. There it is. KD goes wild. Umai to close it up. Primera.
Just enough time to get that bomb down. 1v1 situation.
Oh, a tight one.
Very close.
He can't quite hold up the pressure of the world. KD with a beautiful 1v1 on an extended clock is going to be the one to close it up.
You failed.
And defense finds a 4th point. Is this all you need to get that boulder rolling, or do you think the snowball effect comes after
Last
1 or 2 more
round
rounds?
before the switch.
I mean, it only takes one
Save
round.
nothing.
This is a good momentum change for them. They were able to shut down that 5-man A push, which is good for their confidence and their mental ability going into this next round.
Right here.
Very close round, though, between 2 teams. It really could have gone either way.
Yeah, that is good to see. Single rounds going either way means that the match could go either way. We saw big turnarounds in the
Take
numbers. We
flight.
could see turnarounds in the 4v7 as well, but this early Sova is going to learn us a little bit. Not nearly as much as Dole Juice taking an early blood on the Bright. And look at this positioning now. We've seen not a lot of mid presence from CC, but turn of your Colorado College Prowlers just prowling around in mid with the spike. A little bit of bow spike in pocket, and look at this is the biggest bait out.
What a fake.
What a fake. They have committed to this for the last 11 rounds, down to the util. And it is the cleanest walk away they've ever seen. No problems. Drops the Viper's Pit. Very threatening. When you hear the Viper's Pit call out and it's not there, what are you thinking?
All right, you got to be worried. They just walked on the A for free. Now you're going to have to retake into a Viper. Really, really difficult
And they have to retake all of mid too, which is something they're considering. I mean, they're watching their angles here. Each man has checked it, and they did have to deal with one in the middle, but it's just threatening. All of this is uncharted territory. You can't be rushing into the pistol. They've got to check all the way down cave before they can even worry about that Viper's Pit, because they do not want to just be, I mean, showstoppered on by running into this rat's nest that may just be having one player inside. And so much utility jumped right on top of the spike. It's looking like an uphill push. 4v7, two players on each side. One goes down to Prima. And, oh, Sweeze from a distance takes care of Rasco, and there's no chance now.
Switching sides.
Very well played by Colorado College to secure that round. Having that Sova ult for post plan is crucial when it comes to winning the round, because it has so much delay. It has so much time delay for the team to waste the time for the spike to get on.
4v8 now on the switch. You talked about there's some rounds where on paper you're just meant to lose, and there's some rounds you're just meant to win. If we could see UCO take this first one and get a nice cred boost into the second one without a crazy upset from CC, we could be looking at an easy 6, 8, maybe even 9 in the next roster. But if Colorado College is going to take it first, then Oklahoma could be looking down the barrel of double digits just right after the half. And it's tough how close a 4-8 feels, but how far it could become. Early utility out and a pretty long spread considering what we've seen from the attacking posture of Colorado College now in a 2-1-2. Holding Nest as an off angle, just jiggling about.
Sounds like they're going to back up from B main, rotate towards mid. Looking to get some info up here on mid.
They've seen at least one solid player in mid, making it difficult for them to move toward Nest from B's short. So they're going to have to be careful about that. They drop a smoke and are looking to make their way across.
And it looks like it's going to be a split execute from UCO here.
That clinks the Central Harbor wall coming out, and this deadlock, though, holding them in. They've got to get out of there. Rasco is able to find a way through and take one. RJ looking to make it back onto the site now. That was a little bit of a pain to deal with, but they're getting the plant down, and this looks like the wall is going to drop down. They wasted just enough time. Defense. KO and Sova making their way in. A little bit of contact. Primera's going to find one, and it's traded by Rasco, who doubles it up. Is going to fall, but KD, the last man alive, takes it.
That is a really big round for UCO. That's a big momentum shift for them. They needed this round.
True, yeah, starting on the half with a possible 2-1.
Now going into this round, their economy is going to be much better than the other team, so almost not quite guarantees them. They have a better chance of winning.
Yeah, a couple free Spectres for sure. Going to make this beautiful. In which case, CC is looking to play an eco situation. And UCO has got to think anti-eco, so they want to back up. Although it's SMG, they still want to be backing up a little bit. Ooh, and a Marshall, beautiful. What a definition of backup, a 3K headshots back to back to back. RJ with an early 3. A is clean now. It is absolutely fabuloso. They're going to be running right in there for free if they would like to. It's quite a bit of a taxi, but Colorado College hasn't made the shift to patch the holes either. So they're still going to take it deep into the clock, no problems. A minute left. And Bright coming in for the play-up.
Spike planted.
A little bit of classic off through the double doors as they're holding them. Wow. Holding them at bay, dare I say, as the harbor wall comes out. Making those double doors tough to run through. Even more utility just being dumped onto this place. They just need to run the clock out. And they're holding nice, dynamic positions. A few forward, a few back. At this point, defense could consider saving.
Yeah, there's not a lot Colorado College can do here in a 2v5 with classics. They're just going to have to try and play exits and get as many as they can here.
Ah, but exits go out the backside. They don't want to lose any solid guns to a couple of classics. So they're going to stand right. Oh, that's tragic. There's nothing to say about that. I was going to say they were going to stand right outside of the range. That did not happen. Maybe they were used to a much different default. I'm not sure. Maybe they were looking for that. Does that give you a free ult charge?
Oh, what it does is actually you spawn back in with more credits if you die to bomb when you're on an eco.
Not awful. Yeah, if they're a full eco, that makes sense. All right, they're going to take a couple of threads.
This would be a big round for UCO to win. They're obviously down gun advantage, but if they win this round, it'll be a big momentum change for them.
Very nice, 6-8 now. We've talked about this one. Like you're saying, it's a big round. Colorado College would love to upset this. They come rolling right in, a beautiful flash. Oh, through the brightness, they can't quite find it. Bright to find two and goes down to Sweesk, which also found another one. Primera closing it off.
Standing ahead.
2v3 now, the deadlock. And the win con shifts a little bit. With the spike being dropped there, there's not a lot of rotation you could do that's not towards that last hallway in particular. So sure enough, both defense holding a nice angle.
They're aware now that both enemy players are on B and they're going to take it A now.
And what a bonus of the guns too now. These attacking teams are holding exactly what they like to. The only Vandals and Phantoms on the map are going to be in the hands of living players. 2v2. They're spreading out a little bit as they've got that plant. They want to be the defense to this spike.
Revealing area.
Sweesk going to be, dare I say, the initiator to the combat here as he moves in, looking for something spike.
Last enemy
He
remaining.
sees the rendezvous. He'd love to just camp on it. Unfortunately, Rasco and RJ each find their one. Nice and clean, bringing another point to the attackers.
And that's exactly what they needed. That was the round they needed to win. Now, Colorado College is on really bad economy, and this next round is really in their favor.
Yeah, talk about bad economy. Where's the other team? Throwing down frenzies.
That was a really aggressive play by Colorado College. Usually when you have better guns, you wouldn't really want to rush into the enemy team, but they did with confidence, and the trades fell, and it was an even trade and ended up being a
Now, the Bronchos holding a 7-8, looking for that momentum that they just had, and let slip just a little bit. Dual carry juice standing right in the mouth of it. It takes a little bit of a pepper hit. That means they've got to have seen him, but he's looking to try to get the pop after the crosshairs were distracted. It's not really going to work out. Instead, Dre holding a beautiful sightline with the Marshall is going to work out. And it's a big B push with the Harbor utility we know and love. Rasco catches one entirely off guard. And as Primera goes down, the rotations are called. But man, they're a ways away. This is nothing like the first couple of rounds that we saw, where that early presence was met with quick rotations as they got into plant before the site was even cleared. Now, Oklahoma's got quite a bit of time to really lock everything in, and they sure do, making it very difficult to get through. But goodness, Katie loses to his shoulder, being just barely chipped off. Umai is going to find two to avenge it. Oh, and although the sprint, the draft was already queued, it was not quite pulled quick enough. And Rasco and Bright are going to lead into the next round in 8-8.
Yeah, like I said, on paper, those rounds are hard to win for Colorado College when you're obviously at a hard gun disadvantage, and UCO got that first pick at the beginning, which made it into a 4v5. So, yeah.
Moving right in, it could be anybody's game. We've seen a lot of good back and forth. We haven't talked very much about the ultimate presence yet, but that tour de force is going to come out The team that just lost a little bit of an eco boost. There's the call out for it, and there's no ultimates that can be pulled from the Prowlers to match. A nice even spread.
And it looks like UCO is running a little bit of a default here, looking for any aggression on Colorado College's side, but they're playing disciplined, which is very smart.
Yeah, disciplined default is not going to hurt you. Nice and casual. Very quiet game as the ult orb is first grabbed by KD. With the ground he's already got, he's going to try to make a little bit more of it, and look at that. That is good teamwork. Good play between an initiator and a controller. The controller taking the shot through the wall in another neck of the woods when they've been pinged and pinned by the Sova from behind cover. Wow, speaking of behind cover, Dreary with a few corner wall bangs from a distance, just providing all of the damage from above that Sleeks needs to come riding in and take one for free. Now, a 4v3, and the ultimate is an option now. Defense. As soon as the plant is being threatened, he might want to bring out that Sova ult. It's definitely an option. RJ's making so much utility off of that ult, though, is not going to let it happen. And with the 3K backed by Umai, the team goes down 9-8 now. UCO looking to pick up a little bit of momentum.
That's a great timeout by Colorado College. After losing 4 rounds in a row, I think they need to switch it up. What do you think they should do? Or should we talk about this timeout?
I mean, it's really tough to see not only 4 rounds go, but to lose that advantage as well. So I think they're thinking just shake out a little bit, maybe get a little bit of mental game going, practice like how you want to perform and perform exactly what you've practiced. So we've seen them have a lot of really deliberate plays and a lot of consistency in what they're doing, and it feels like if that's slipping a little bit, maybe they want to go back to that. And it's got them a lot of good rounds, and they had a lot of momentum early on, and they were putting up good fights, but these last 4 rounds in the half have been tough. Do you think it could be a difference between the attacking half and the defensive half?
I think what Colorado College needs to do to bring this back is to take out the operator. They haven't broken out the operator on defense yet, and when it comes to Breeze, it's such a long range lap. I feel like it's crucial to have that operator in one of your players' hands.
Yeah, we've seen a couple good Marshall picks. We've also seen Tour de Force come out, but we haven't seen the operator actually be popped very much. We do have a chamber that could use it really easily. We have a jet that could be using it really easily, and a couple of other positions that may enjoy to have one for sure. One thing I've been missing for a while is a good Sova with the Odin, unfortunately.
Sound sensor out.
You don't see that too often.
Not anymore. Not since the old days on Ascent. It is a nice streamlined push with a few stragglers holding behind, looking for those tail chase, and there it is, RJ with everything that a chamber should be, and that is holding the flank defense, being the lurker, bringing up the tail as the hearse moves.
That was a great trade by Harvard to bring it to a 4v4 retake, but it's going to be extremely hard to retake into this Viper's Pit, like I said a few rounds ago.
Yeah, beautiful Viper's Pit with all the Harvard utility, shielding it from the attacking team, which has already got a spike down on a side that you can't wallbang through either. That's on the wrong side of the lighthouse pillar. Dre check into corners. Looking to find a little bit of contact with that Marshall.
Last player standing.
And as the curtain drops,
One
takes one
enemy
for free,
remaining.
down to a 1v1. Ooh, pings and is even threatening the half. Oh, looks to stick, and it's not going to be there. KD comes rolling around the corner with something a little bit stronger and a little bit faster.
Watch them run when
Just
lit
barely
by
makes it
my
out
sword.
alive,
That's
and look at
when
that
we strike.
beautiful.
That was a very close round. That was really well played by that Sova in that 1v1, utilizing your util and having that dart to ping out exactly where that KO is and swinging off it was very well played by that Sova. Very close round though. It really could have gone either way.
Yeah, it's tough too being in that Viper's Pit because you want to position yourself using the Viper's Pit as some furniture in the room. It is something you should be able to trust you have cover behind, and you need to respect it. But you don't know when that Viper could go down. It's not like it's scheduled when the wall drops. And so when it does drop, sometimes it catches people very off guard as suddenly the map shifts a little bit, and sometimes it's a coin toss who gets to get out of the Viper's pit dropping. So knowing that you're about to take the Viper is a lot of intel. And unfortunately, we just didn't see it out of the attacking team there, which was looking to hold the spike. And it came to a 1v1 that was a little bit tight. Now, a very slow start. Like you're saying, a little bit of default feels as they're rocking back off of the 5-man stacks, hard pushing places, and giving a little bit more respect to some mid push. Making sure to respect those flanks. Not just dumping the harbor utility anywheres. And look at this, speaking of dumping utility, they're gonna recognize a big push here. They didn't leave anyone lurking though, so they can't run through mid. Mid is uncontested ground, or is contested ground, unclaimed. No knives out and a triple peek. RJ leading the force, grabs 2 for free.
30 seconds left.
They fearlessly charge right through the smoke and onto A site.
This is another hard retake for Colorado College. 3v5 retake, not always the easiest thing to do.
And the shrimp and the crab are under hold.
It looks like Colorado College is looking to save their guns here. Very
Revealing area.
Those guns are crucial when it comes in the next round, especially because their economy is going to be a little low. Having those 2 guns could possibly mean they can make a huge play out of it.
Those last 2 looking for a solid save here. Maybe a little bit of outros, sure enough. UCO's not going to allow any outros to be an option. They're not going to get greedy. They just pedal right back out of there, let the spike defuse itself. That ought to be 11-8 on the attacking team. Not quite a convincing lead. Enough to say that the game is over, but that does secure their spot in the double digits, and it's getting close. Colorado College only has a few mistakes left, and the Prowlers have got to use these ultimates well.
Those 2 guns are going to be crucial for Colorado College. We've seen 2 completely different gameplays on attack from both teams. You'd see UCO on attack, they would 5-man everything, push everything, whereas Colorado College is more running a bit of a default and taking a way more slow pace than UCO.
What do you think running a default stack means about the comfortability of this team on a map?
I like running a default. I think it's a very smart move because it gives you a lot more, you have more, you take more space on the map, which gives you more room to work, more room to rotate and to throw baits at different sites and then get people to that site so you can take it.
Early trades coming out, just a little bit of a 1v1, bringing it to a 4-4 plant coming down. Love these early plants this game. Bright's gonna be the one to find it. And sure enough, all those ultimates are gonna come rolling out. Squeeze to take one. Rasco. And another one as well.
Right here.
Squeeze finds their second.
One enemy remaining.
KD to grab one. Dre, another. KD with a 2K to close up their 3 stretch in total and drops the ult just to make it happen, as that defuse is being seriously threatened, but there it is, a clutch. Tried to jump out of it, but they couldn't take it. KD with a 4K.
Match point.
Very well played by their solo. His aim went in the 1v3. He kept his calm, kept his mental, and he broke out that Hunter's Fury when he had to at the end to clutch the round. Very well played.
Now is a long, between 0 and 4 round stretch for Colorado College, as if they want to stay in this and go into
Great.
and go into the next map with the lead. They've
Right
got to
here.
find a huge push, but it's looking tough. Already, credits are not super plentiful, and they're going to have to go with a couple of offhanded guns. A few Vandals are available, but already Colorado College has lost a player and spent a little bit of utility faking out A and making a big rotation. Not doubling down that presence on A, though, might have been the call. They've got one into what could be a devastating flank if they would jump up on top of the box. It doesn't like Dole Carrot Juice. Really wants to do that there. They're going to go in for the long-term follow. No, doesn't check the angle. It goes down from Mara, though, and Blobbins are going to find their one. Sweesk also doing his work, bring it to a 2v2. It was almost a convincing start, but they're keeping it together. Colorado College looking for this big last push to get those 4-point drop. Just looking to close the gap. Sweesk making his rounds. This is going to come head to head
Not ready yet.
with the Harbor.
Last player
Oh, and that flash from Bright and KD to close it up with a beautiful team ace. 1 for all, a defeat. And that is going to be a win for the first game. We're going to give the players a little bit of a chance to talk things over and get into the next map. How do you feel about that game? How did all that move along?
It was a great game. Colorado College started out really strong, really fast, really aggressive with those 5-man push towards the A site. But UCO was able to keep their cool, and they brought the game back. And when it came down to them on attack, they were able to pull through and win the game. So
Yeah. And I think we're looking into Lotus on the next match. Not only how do you think that our comp has to change as we move into Lotus, just a vanilla look onto Lotus, but after you get a feel for how the other team kind of played on the first map, do you think that you would make changes to your typical comp on Lotus, or do you think just play what you usually practice for a Lotus run?
Yeah, definitely play what they usually practice. I hope to see that aggression again from Colorado College on attack. That seemed to work out very well for them, and it seems like they've practiced that a lot. So yeah, I hope to see that again.
Yeah, hopefully we do get to see a bit of it. I believe it is Oklahoma that's going to be starting off the attack on this first map. As each team wanted to choose the attack. Yeah, sure enough, here it is, Lotus. UCO is holding the attack to begin it up. And then, if we see a third map, we'll see it go to Haven.
Yeah, I'm hoping it goes to Haven. I would love to see that game.
Yeah, that would be a good one. A good one to really stretch out the night. A 13-10 on Breeze, too, could tell us Lotus might be a little bit closer. But these teams are just looking to ride that elevator up. Again, middle of the pack here. We have had a couple blowouts in the past, but these teams are looking to make their way onto the scene. It's been a couple of tough games for some of these teams, and it's been a couple of close wins. So they want to stay in it. They want to keep practicing. They want to give it all the push that they can. What are you expecting from Lotus here?
I'm expecting UCO to take their time, but it seems like they're good at playing their default and taking the game real slow, which is good. It's a good way to play the game.
It's good. I like that. Yeah, and getting those back to the basics, making sure that you have the clock as the defense starting out, and once the plant goes down, then attacking side has the clock, and just going back to the basics has gotten people a lot of good rounds in Valorant. I think thinking too far ahead and getting inside each other's minds, the mind games can get intense, and it can become a bit of a blunder to try to walk that far onto the plank before setting the stones down on the other side. So it's good to see those default runs come out. It's also fun to see that 5-man stack, though. I hope, like you're saying, we see that intensity, especially with Lotus. I love the A-site Lotus intensity, and we'll see the most default teams decide to go absolutely crazy and whip out all frenzies and stack up right behind that Viper wall every single time on A, and just A again and again. We also get to see a lot of classic players. I love seeing the Omen and all the trickery that can happen behind those double doors as well as the Chamber doing a lot of forward and back jump. What's your favorite comp? What's your favorite position to play when it comes to Lotus?
I'm definitely going to be running Chamber. Having that op on Chamber, holding C long is a really good angle. It's really strong. It takes a lot of space for your team to know whether or not to.
And there's been a few small reworks to the Chamber as well over the time that he's been alive, but it's always been that the mobility the Chamber has with that get out of jail free card, with that just teleport back, that mobility presents itself in a really strange way on a 3-site map where it feels like you cut mid out of the situation and he can be on a site and TP straight to another site. And it makes some interesting reconnaissance plays where instead of being there to actually take the kill and then get out of there if it doesn't happen, or even if it does and there's just 2-man, but to just be around and to be a scary presence that could be like a ghost. You see it kind of passing, you see a little bit of Chamber in the corner of your eye, and suddenly he's back around behind you. And I love to see that kind of play out of an Omen as well, just classic, leave your computer on to get the beta Omen in Haven as well. So I'm looking forward to the next 2 maps. I wouldn't hate for it to go into a little bit of an overtime game here, but that would mean that Lotus would have to go into the hands of the other team, the Prowlers from Colorado College, fighting hard against the Bronchos here from UCO Esports in Oklahoma. And a 13-10, and it wasn't a hero play, those 10 points. That was a little bit of back and forth, and we had a lot of snowballing going either way. So we're just letting these players jump on in to Lotus. Are up in the chat. We'll get a nice peek at what their loadouts are. But what's your go-to loadout here? If you're loving the chamber, who do you want to be at your back?
Oh, I like these comps a lot. No Jet is interesting.
No Jet is an interesting play, exceptionally, especially considering that the Jet play we have seen, that the KJ is always a fun one to see with these tight-knit maps that Lockdown just becomes worth so much more. We've also seen a lot of good trap setting and a lot of good Cypher play, and I think that translates directly to good KJ play and just understanding that you can exist in several places at once through them. A little bit of a heal coming out on one team as well. As we see, it looks like UCO is bringing in the Sky as well as the Rays on this one, which is one that is pretty typical, but it's always one I forget about. That area of effect damage coming in from the 2 cal at the last shells is nice to see. And just with the debut of Fracture gave Breach so much more value. So did maps like this. Look at this. He can just run right through. Every wall has something behind it. There's no dead space on this map. It is just spaghetti. So he flies in and grabs early trades. RJ looking to make a little bit more presence here. Colorado College holding out on the defense. I've already dropped a player and a little bit of health.
Ray's in a great spot here. He might be able to run into all 4 of these people if they don't print.
Yeah, they'll definitely be deliberate in checking their angles, though they've already been very, very deliberate in everything they're doing. Oh, sure enough, they find one. Alpin. He's going to grab one onto RJ.
30 seconds left.
Dual Carrot Juice looking to fight against it. Man, it's a fight to have. Umai's going to find Primera, and Marmagoyf finds one and then goes down to RJ on a 3K. RJ has been hot this round. I would not be surprised if they get even more of it. And look at this back and forth. A little bit of an awkward amount of eye contact goes down between Bright and Dual Carrot Juice there. And it does seem as though we've had a few switch outs on the side of Colorado College, changing up the roster just a teensy bit. Dual Carrot Juice still holding in. Dree is still here. We've also seen Umai. The 2 new players are on the field, and I'd love to see how they fare. Sorry, Primera is still there as well, so it's only the one. It's just Marmagoyf.
And I love that during the round. He just took it into his own hand, both flashes, and pushed all of A main out of it. It was really well played.
And that's exactly what I like to see, especially in those really cheap rounds where we've got less on the line cred-wise, and losing that pistol isn't going to hurt anybody's feelings. This beautiful Spectre looking to hold against the harbor wall. Do a little walk around, and oh, that was a little bit close. Look to try to grab that ult orb, and Bright come flying into their own, a 3K in the early rounds, arguably. And this commit from the defense, this hold against the push, it's not good enough. Bright knows all and finds a 4th one. The ace is stolen from RJ's. I'm sure Bright is not loving that as he turns that ghost towards RJ's.
Yeah, it's hard to win those for Colorado College, having advantage when it comes to weaponry. But now they're much better than it was last round, so they should be confident going into this round.
It is true, those 2 consecutive losses give them a decent amount of creds as long as they were careful with how they spent the last rounds and weren't looking for any wild upsets, which could be a little bit of the case. Bright, although he's gotten a lot of kills in the pocket, is going in with just a ghost. Is that overconfidence? Do you think he's looking for the op in the long game?
He might be looking for that op, which I hope they utilize here. It does take a lot of confidence to break out a ghost against a bunch of...
It does take a lot of confidence to break it out, especially when you're slated to win. I mean, UCO is going to be playing like you have rifles, right?
Yeah.
Because ideally UCO is playing the long game and is looking for just a little bit of a bonus here and wants to hold on to a round. But no, it is a real rifles all around so far. Umai holding that Oni Bulldog. and just a lot of feeling out. That stack has done a lot of shifting. They've already put a little bit of util down on C, and so did the other team. They've kind of moved their way on over, not a lot of contact, not a lot of sight lines onto each other, and they've pushed it back a little bit. This default hold, defensively speaking, oh, being disrespected by Umai as he comes flying in with the blast packs. In the last second, gets caught empty-handed. Alpin moving it on up to find another one. Dre backs him to grab another two. Alpin closes the game out with a 3K. That is a 2v1 flawless.
The fools gave us a window. Smash through it.
And UCO, a devastating hit to the economy there.
More of a fair round now, both full rifles.
It's true, that typical fourth round
Very
full
aggressive.
rifle round. Alpin and Dre, a little bit of a couple hero plays.
They got dog out of beach trying to get as much.
Almost got the concussa as well.
Their away up now is half set up on B. That ult was huge, giving Brian ultimate ability, which could come.
Yeah, this is the B site pressure that we've not seen very much of before. It could be what they're looking for, but another smoke goes in B site. Just such a fun one to play defense from above.
And
Decides
Chamber
to
here
back
is
off.
all the way C. Hit C because of here.
Yeah, and the spike has definitely got a tentative weight shift towards C, but he's also got a little bit of utility to run into, and the KJ is right around the corner if that needs reallocated.
And keep C here as all five. It should be a fake for you being that there's no
30 seconds left.
Colorado College is playing here is to be to play retail.
I've got your
and just
trail.
let go plant. And here we see UCO taking that,
10 seconds left.
getting that.
Spike planted.
Now it's just up to college to have a pretty. Here comes X. Let's go down. 4v for Colorado College.
Very, very close one here. Dre's gonna go down to Rasco. Katie takes it. That 1v1 trade, just one left, and they both know where each other is from teammate pings. Oh, Dre gets a drop on him, quite literally. Finds it with the AR in just enough time. Maybe the defuse. It's going to be close. There was a lot of ring around the rosy that happened. Is this the second point for him? Sure enough. A near clutch defense. 2v2 with only 3 and 13 on the clock. They're playing back as best they can, going in with a medal disadvantage here. 0-1 for week 4.
Yeah, and that was a very good retake by Colorado College there. They let UCO take that side for free, and they kept their mental straight, and they just retaked together and got those trades down and won the round. So very well played there.
Dre could be looking to move in very high pace. We see a lot of that utility, sure enough, going to be right in front of his pocket. He could be looking for just a nice ult orb to get that orbital strike in. Or, sorry, the Rolling Thunder in. On the other team, though, ultimately speaking, we've already got the Tour de Force out and threatening. At the time, you might not want to be hanging around the long sight lines or looking to play in this nest of a C site. Taking care of a little bit of utility off the KJ is going to alert the situation, though. They come rolling around. And be careful. These Astra smokes all around. Those can drop. When they do, defense is going to be piled up behind them. Sure enough, there it is. RJ, with all the reflex you need, finds a beautiful flick and pierces both ears. The Tour de Force, on the other hand, so clean. Cold carrot, dual carrot juice to find one. That offense being pushed out. Alpin and Dole grabbing a 3K from up close.
Colette.
Yeah, that no scope grabs one. And now the defuse makes it to half. Primera drops down to find another one. Grabs RJ by surprise. And Dre runs back around looking for another very, very close call defense. Clutch. 3rd point to Colorado College. They're making a good sweep back.
Yeah, that was very similar to last time where Colorado College just played 5-man retake here. And unfortunately, Colorado College in that raise rocket right there is extremely crucial for winning this round.
We've seen some wild back and forths here at the line of the quarter. Halfway to the half.
5 seconds left in the buy phase. Again, this big energy looking towards A. And this default stack on defense is kind of biting at the front.
This A aggression is really strong from Colorado College. It gives them all this space, and it basically cuts off A from the other team. They have to use a lot of util to take this back.
Oh, an awkward thing to see. Oh, goes with an early flash in the blast pack, let him survive as Umai throws a couple of paint shells back. Other than that, though, Dre takes 2 before going down himself. A lot has collapsed. I mean, a tense situation with 5-man before the screen, and that's a classic one. Okay, everybody line up. We'll drop the walls and just get him. But the flash comes out so strong. KD sees. Oh, so close. The back and forth is unreal. He saw the cape. He went flying after the shadow step was too strong, and then the smoke comes out with a second player as well. Umai looking to bonus up a little bit of guns and just make it out of there. There's a flank as well. Lined up so close to the most beautiful round finishing collateral. It's not going to be there, though. Primera to find him a 1v3. Everybody's closing it around, and KD decides to go astral and drop a smoke round on top of them, trying to just isolate the 2-man jump there, but it's not going to happen, and Primera finds his 2nd kill on a KD. Bringing it to 4v2, Colorado College ahead after so much struggling.
Yeah, not a lot UCO could do there after that A aggression. It's really hard to retake that space, especially when they were down done. So.
And Colorado College, if they're going to be more powerful on the offense, like a little bit we expect them to be, then they're making excellent pace here. They only lost the last map by 3 points. This difference of 2 this early could be a big deal. Nevertheless, it is very close all the same. Spike is in the pocket for UCO. Holding a lot more mid presence than we've seen in the last few rounds. It's been a big A push. This second wave of rotations coming out.
This Chamberlain could be really big on A. He's worked up pretty far. He's gained a lot of space for his team.
Good one in the flash. Go characters looking to make some progress here. Wow, grabs him out of midair, but not before he's able to throw a beautiful shot onto 2 of them. It's a little bit of a trade here. That is exactly what every Raze wants to see. Come flying in after a flash. Double blast pack. And then go make yourself a sandwich. Just hang out for the rest of the game.
Right?
Just go charging in, grab the first 2 bloods, and then have a nice little water break. 1 minute and 30 seconds for you. Spike does get the plant down, though. Ushering us into phase 3. Just sitting so much utility right on top of that Spike, trying to get into it though. Primera made a good little orb around himself, but still the concuss is out. Alpin, yeah, is just protecting the president, finds 3 before going. And defenders take another close one. It's been down to a lot of really close calls. Usually, I think, UCO has found their 2 rounds on elimination, whereas CC has found them on defenses in the last few seconds. Sure enough, look at that. I do like being right. And it's all ARs for everybody, whether you're Team Phantom or Team Vandal. It is light shields for Oklahoma, and look at those creds barely scraping by. Never good when your ping is higher than your credits. Attack playing it nice and slow, doing a little bit of recon out on A just in case there's some early aggression. Not quite gonna find it. A little bit through B, just looking for something, but this C, the C long, the one holding the Spike with no other backup, a little bit scary. If Alpine does a good jump peek a little bit
Right
deeper
there.
in, they could just shift the win con and have everybody pouring in from defense down B main. But now the defense, sorry, the backup is here. The wingmen have arrived. KD is comfortable now taking the space, especially with the boombot, the OG wingman.
Right there.
Just step down, Gecko. Alpine holding that jiggle peek was not enough to save Dre. And Dre goes out, but not without a few flashes. Bright throws the animals forward to take some space, and the sandbag tower is theirs. You're right. Oh, and it
that
was so
alarm
close
bot
too.
Unfortunately, caught him at the last second. He made up all that space on A, and unfortunately,
That
he gets
works.
cleaned up. He might get caught by this.
Falls back a little bit, and back is torn towards the wall. Turns around at the last second. Go Carrot Juice finds a
30
free
seconds
one.
left.
A good deliberate sight take so far, except for that double blast pack back into the backwards there. Nice. Just absolutely drilled down. Remember that planting the spike is just as much of an audio cue as defusing it. Stepping out of the shadow orb, RJ takes 1 for 3 in the Umai, showcasing the mobility of Rays in tight spaces. Closes out that 3rd kill for a 5v3. A little bit of a shift for Colorado College. Again,
Very well played by UCO. They were able
play
to
some
walk
stars
up
in this
on C
reality.
and catch a nice timing right here on the brim or on the breach, catch them off guard, and then they back up and they actually choose to exit B here. And it's just protecting the president, like you said, and they did a great job at that.
yeah, it's always good to see them recognizing the win conditions. And I mean, I don't know if you've been around for it, but Doc's keys to the game, a big one is know your win con. And you have to be fighting for rounds. You have to be playing for the entire game, even if it's not for rounds. And we've seen a couple of good saves be in the name of the whole round. And we've seen a couple of good deaths to your teammates be in the name of the round, including that crazy Raze pop that we saw, the double blast pack in for the showstopper. I'm sure they were just itching to have it since they got the last ult orb in the round before. But this is their chance to take a little breath. This is their chance to figure things out. I love seeing that the teams are really using all of their timeouts. I mean, that is a utility.
Timeouts are important. It gives you time to just sit back, regain your mental and just like brush off those nerves that you got.
Yeah, it's interesting how much a minute is, but those buy rounds are just not quite enough. Back in it, 7 seconds before before they're back under the gun. Moving right on into round 9. Who's going to take it? Colorado College, the new Snowball Rollers. University, Central Oklahoma, the attacking team. A place that they probably prefer here.
Toxins going up.
And how far can they take this? They've already made the first map, so if they don't grab this second one, they've got another chance. But they'd love to not see it go to a third map. They just want to finish things early. But it's not too scary.
And it's looking like a C exit for UCO, but Colorado College seems to be aware of it as they put the harbor wall down, blocking their line of sight in the C.
In that case, we have an
I've got
odd
your
lurk
trail.
situation as this Viper is still hanging out on A. That harbor wall's going to drop as that first utility is broken, getting on a C main. They make good progress, though. They're holding it all right. A little bit of just a gingerly stepping approach to the turf here.
And it looks like Colorado
30
College is going to do a
seconds
5v5 retake here.
Heal up, squad.
Katie gets the default plant.
And
a little
have
bit
that
of heal
raised
from the
rocket
right.
again, which could completely shift the momentum of this round.
Could stop the show. You're correct. Right.
One enemy
Underneath
remaining.
all the paranoia is not worried at all. Without any ghost hunters, he takes out
Blinded.
2 players from close angles, and KD, speaking of angles, finds one onto Alpin, no problem, before any X keys are pressed. Gonna save them the round, bringing it to 5-4.
And that was a great hold by UCO. Colorado College has usually been pretty good at those retakes. They've been pretty successful so far these past couple of rounds, but UCO was able to adapt to what they're doing and was able to hold the side very well. So thanks for that.
As the curtains go up, it's another big 5-man stack. We've seen a lot of this kind of pressing around on C, maybe considering some A, but mostly just showing a big presence on B, seeing if they can get it, seeing what they can find a little offhand. Running a little train around just to grab the ult orbs. That's free money. A lockdown is available from Marmagoyf. And RJ making the debut of the round with a collateral before going down to Alpin, who still holds the ult. Oh, a good call. Alpin takes 2 more just by being in the right place at the right time. The flash is going to grab them a little bit of area after they take out Alpin, and now it could be a good A plant. Not very many A plants have we seen so far. They're going to go for a nice default right up front. This could be them saying that they want to get out of there and just hold on for any noise to get them in the next spot. Colorado College moving nice and slow up. They know that none of this ground has been cleared. Being very deliberate with it, they're going to block things off and take it one segment at a time. Just make a bit of pepper fire through, nice and threatening. A lockdown could secure the defense win here, but it's only fight or flight. You know, it's not a guarantee. They could come flying in at the last second and look to make a little bit of damage, so they have to be very careful with it. Sure enough, that harbor wall is going to hold things together. And there's the threat we talked about. The concuss comes out just to cause some disarray. Looking to try to break that. 0 detained. They come flying in. It's not quite going to be diffused in time. They cause just enough disruption to grab point 5 against the 5 UCO and Colorado College. Threatening a clean even half. You have to be careful though, because an even half isn't a fair half. And I mean, whoever is at the advantage coming in off of that usually 2-1 start that we see at the end of the half, or maybe they're just so much more comfortable in offense or on defense in the second half. An even half could be something that we're not happy with on either team.
It looks like UCO is going to be running a little bit of a default here, just looking for any aggression. I think what they're doing is they're looking for that aggression A main or C main to know, because that gives them that information of 3 people being there, and then from that information they can rotate to a different site.
Just a little info garnering is always fun. Don't want to dump too much utility into that, but it's always worth a trailblazer. So we're going to throw that down B and save them all the heartache of jumping into B that they had done earlier. Hopefully going to trip a couple of eyesights. Sure enough, lot of looking down B. Nearly the whole defensive site there from Colorado College is holding it on B. Oklahoma dropping a player back to kind of lurk around C. Safe hold B well. I'm going to step away slowly.
Great space of chance. Viper ult goes down here on C, but they're going to take the bomb A.
And look at that. The call is made. They're totally falling for it. Colorado College looking to swarm C site. Even if they can get into that Viper's pit and find the Viper, they'll soon find that the spike is going to go down A site. Just in case, though, Oklahoma is giving ample time for the rotate to come out. And lots of time to check all the angles down, going flying in as the re-rotate's called, and suddenly Viper's pit is going to be useless for the rest of the game. How long they decide to commit the Viper to that site is up to them, but it's only going to be a disadvantage from here on out. That's the big gamble. If they're onto you, you lose a man in utility, and he's going to be late to the party. So now it's a game of time. As University Central, Oklahoma got to be holding. Looking to keep this space bright. Stead's fast, but is traded with Umai. Bright and K-Day go down. It's so back and forth, and now in a 1v2, the last man can't quite hold it together. A little bit late to the game. Attackers are still able to hold it. What a great call with the Viper's Pit after they make it up on C for free because there was so much on B. But the steps and stages to that plan couldn't have been thought out in advance. They had to drop the Trailblazer on B to kind of congregate all the defenses, then next door, pull everything to the side, using up an ultimate that never really gets the utility it might be able to.
Yeah, borderline perfect execution by UCO with that Viper ult fake. It really dragged everyone from A off of A and dragged them all the way to the C side, and it basically made A for free. So it was a very well played round by them.
And that round was a good one to have. I mean, it guarantees that they're not going to be behind in the half. We could still have an even half if Colorado College really pulls it together this round, but just like last turn, they're mostly standing in B.
UCO still playing this with his default mindset, just kind of feeling things out. Sometimes the best play is the least interesting to watch. It's certainly the case on a lot of good defenses.
Caution here.
But this offensive team says, you just got to feel things out. Don't put too much on the line. Don't risk too much. We'd love to see a 5-7 moving into the half. Cabbages get dropped and so much other utility, everything just being dumped from both teams. No one gets to see anything. It's a quick little mid-round timeout where we're back into it. A lot of verticality coming out from Umai, and they're going to find it with the ultimate. Playing through the smoke bright, looking for a few, but it's not quite there. It's enough to intimidate and hold off so that KD gets a free plant in. Albin from the side.
There.
But now a huge alert to the location, and that smoke's not going to be enough. They have to move in or out. Oh, looking to blast pack through. Did they actually take one? Wow. That's all you can ask for. Unfortunately, they're not going to grab the round, and it does go to a 5-7, but wow. The confidence that we've seen out of these raises.
Yeah, those showstoppers have been game-changing when it comes to these rounds. It makes it so easy for you to entry, and it really just pushes everybody off the site. And what a great timing Alpin got there on the Viper. Unfortunately, the trace did not go down. This was a great kill.
Yeah, that's just satisfying.
Right.
Makes all the duelists and initiator people happy.
I'm excited to see this chamber now in defense. It's two completely different teams, because without that chamber for Colorado College, they were unable to op. But they had the KJ, which has that sight denial that chamber doesn't quite have. So they both have their ups and downs.
Interesting to see a slow first round. Yeah, they're really...
Interesting play by Colorado College.
Yeah, a little bit of a one-way smoke there, maybe coming out from the Astra. Look at that. RJ finds one and falls to it. And that's the catalyst. Everyone goes rushing in after. The harbor wall actually traps people inside. That's going to be a very useless harbor wall, as trapping even one player inside. Oh!
They're actually leaving, and they're going to rotate over to A and hopefully get the spike down on it.
They may have a really good chance at it, but to hold it there could be difficult. It's a 2v3. Sorry, it's a 3v3, but the rotation's coming along pretty quickly. Spike looking to just clear everything out.
It's very scary clearing that by yourself. You never know, somebody could be ragging in the corner.
Yeah, and with the spike
Spike
too.
planted.
I definitely, personally, don't like to be the one charging the formation with a spike. Just put so much weight on that side of the field. Now defense is coming in to defend the site as they ought. It is a two-man stack coming through the front doors to deal with anybody hiding around the corner here. Sure enough, Primera is going to be the one watching the spike just from the side. Bright checking everything. Might just, instead of clearing the site, go for a little bit of a ping. No, they're going to play onto him. They know exactly where it is. It's a self-flash, though. They've got to do it again. Gets the flash for sure this time. They're able to find it, but only barely. I didn't like how long that eye contact was. Katie looking to hold it. The long term, can he find it? Very, very close, but attackers. Oh, grab it just in time to fall to their own spike. Wow, that was close. Winner's stick.
Yeah, that was a very close round. It's important for UCO to keep their mentals up. It's really easy to let your mental get down when you lose pistol, because going to the next round it's really hard to win this.
It's true. You kind of set yourself up for a second loss, and we've seen a lot of upsets, which were really exciting to watch. But if you don't get that upset and you spent a force buy on that, then you could be losing too much ground. I think better to just play by the book here. Take the projected loss, try to do as much damage as you can, and make the bonus round easier for yourself. Oh.
A lot of C aggression here coming from UCO.
Yeah, they've made it all the way up.
That's a lot of info for their team. They know they can't be on C. They have to be on B or A.
It's tough, though, too, because now that you're at the very front of C, your team might have that info, but they can't do very much with it. There's still only 2 men there. It is nice, though, they can hold these angles pretty solid, and they're willing to dump more utility into it. Offense, make their way around.
Sure enough, we see that blast pack go in, but it's not exactly how we intended it to. They're a little bit stuck right outside. They decided to come rolling in, but there's no support right in someone's face. Alpin's going to find it. And Dre to find one too. Primera's going to go down though.
One enemy
Loses
remaining.
them, they're flawless, but it is still so very close. Dre gets a 3K to bring him into just one more remaining player, and it is the long hold over from C. Are they expecting any kind of a flank here? Maybe not, but even if they aren't, with 4 men, you may as well just watch every doorway. So it's going to be hard to say that you've got any advantage, really. Ooh, they are going to find one. No! Dre holds it to the 4K. Near an ace, but they wouldn't have known that because our last 2 kills were after the ace was already foiled. Now a 7-7, and this round is scheduled, dare I say, to go to UCO, but CC did make a very, very convincing move in the last 2.
It's important for UC to keep their head up. You know, on paper, that's how that round's supposed to go. You're not really supposed to win that round, so it's important to just brush it off, go into the next round, and dominate this next round. So we'll see how this goes. It looks like UCO is going to be playing completely off of C.
Chill out.
Looking to just play some retake. And we're seeing that A aggression over on A. Which is good for taking all that space. It's hard to regain that space. You'd have to throw a lot of util at it to regain it.
Shadows traveling.
Again, this C has always been take it or leave it between the 2 sides. It seems like everybody wants all of C long. We're going to get that Rolling Thunder coming on out to clear C definitely. And even if it's not,
Teleport's ready.
they're going to have a nice shock that they've got to deal with. So that rotate's going to be coming right on through. Everybody's streamlining B. Alpin getting an early plant in without all of the backup that they might be looking
Spike
for,
planted.
but people have gone all the way back into the
A lot of
T.
CT aggression from CC. They're looking to catch UC off guard. Fortunately, they shut that down. Now a 3v3 retake
Out of charges.
for UCO.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Another great play, just trying to get on to the site here. Not quite going to find a defense. Getting a clean defuse as they sweep around now. Oh, Marmagoff finds one, but 3 goes down, and then another 1 man remains, and it's a little bit too far. They might not even be expecting it. They look for the ping, but people are already watching. Umai finds one from a distance. That defuse, is it enough? 0.04.
Cutting it close.
So close. I mean, I called 3 seconds close in the last half, but that wild. 0.04. That raise, I guess, I was wrong. That raise held just the right amount of time before showing their face and causing a little bit of disruption. Just look at this. Look when the plant goes in. Right here. Oh, that's wild. And no half was got either. They had to go all the way from the raise peak to there.
Looks like the UCO is going to be playing retake again on C. It worked out for them last round, so we'll see how it goes this round.
Their post plant was so close. I mean, 0.04 seconds. If they were just a little bit more painful, if there was just a little bit more utility to slow the push down here. Of course, they know that. UCO is going to be playing a little bit higher paced, and sure enough, this rotation comes out pretty quick. CC does get the plant off a lot earlier in the game, though. They didn't use a Rolling Thunder and a slow peek this situation. They definitely came rolling right in. So they've got all the support that they need to hold this the first time. Sure enough, Primera to find a quick one, bringing it to a clean 5v4. No trades there, no playing off the contact. They're going to have to dry peek it all over again. UCO looking through this wall now. Alpin has been a strong character and almost gets the collateral off the peak, but it's not going to be there. Bright. Bright bonuses up, finds another one. Umai goes down to Marmagoff. Katie, Bright feeling hot, gets another one, even looking for the defuse here. Dole Carrot is still a presence and finds one, but the timer is so low, not going to have it.
Another great retake by UCO.
Now, the back and forth has been immense. It feels like players play just a little bit better when they're behind. This would be where UCO needs to break free. If they have another back and forth situation, then they're expecting their next big push right when they're at 12 points, right? If we see 2 up one way, 2 up the other way, back and forth, then they want to settle this here before their opponents can even approach the double digits. I mean, if CC can get another 2 and find themselves up in a 9-9, then UCO might grab 2, and then we'll be looking at an overtime when CC decides to come around. So UCO wants to finish this now and let none of this seesaw carry over into the next few games. Otherwise, they're going to have a map 3 on their hands.
My ult's ready.
Alpin gets the ult ready, though. They're looking for a big pushback, and the Harbor ult is available as well.
Right there.
A side. Feeling a lot of pressure. That concuss not quite going to find it out of the Trailblazer. So they just leave 2 people off that point. Is it going to be rotate back? We see the spike pedaling a little bit slower. They haven't called any tripwires, though. I think they're working off of negative information. Simply saying, we didn't see anyone A, not even a little bit, let's go C. But that's tough. You kind of have to operate off of positive information when people could just be hanging out in spawn, just a couple of steps back. So sure enough, here comes the Harbor Wall, that quintessential Harbor Wall, letting them walk through the easy doors. They're going to give a quick spin onto tree doors just in case. And they have flooded the area. Everything's checked out before the
30
Harbor Wall.
seconds
They can
left.
focus on ropes. Easy
Spike
plant comes
planted.
down. They're able to pedal a little bit further back, hold it nice and easy. Bright, though, leading the charge in. Finds one. It is a trade as Dole goes and takes out Rasco. Alpin with the ult.
I suggest you
There it
move.
is. Finds nothing. Oh, man. They were able to fire it right down into CT spawn, and it finds nothing. And the other one does find Umai to reply. Gets one, and then is able to bonus that one up for another one, playing off the contact. Takes a lot of space. And now the Astro Wall to divide all 3 sites.
One enemy remains.
It's going to make holding this one down difficult, but man, that defuse very close on the line. If they can just cause a little bit of ruckus, and there it is, a clutch play. As RJ and Umai left on the site are going to go down a Dole Carrot Juice, confident in the timer. Walks right out of there.
That was very well. That whole round was very well played by Colorado College. They were able to recognize the A push has left and rotated over to C, and they jumped on that real quick, and then they took A side for free and were able to hold it very well. So well played by them.
8-9 now. It's looking closer and closer. This back and forth is unreal. And it was a close game in the first one. I'll be honest, this is what we asked for. This is the close match that we were looking for when we first started up. Now this gun difference is going to be here with the cred differential. Coming out of that last point, we could easily schedule a 9-9 here, but look at that defense coming in strong. It's not right there, though. The gun difference is all it takes. Even though everyone was flashed, they couldn't place the crosshairs quite in time, and it's down to a 3v3. Those guns really do matter. And CC now losing one more player. As Marmagov goes down to RJ. It's a trade, though. Now 2v2, low health. Looking to make these rotations out. They have no problems cleaning straight onto the A site. But they don't have a lot of pesky utility. I mean, between a
Spike
Sky and an
planted.
Omen, they're really holding on to 2 flashes and a smoke. Maybe that concuss, but using a dog as a defensive move it's difficult.
Yeah, not a lot of util here to retake this site. We'll see if UCO is able to pull it out. One flash to clear. He needed to clear front side. Didn't find anybody.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Last player
Ooh.
standing.
A bad call on where they might be. And wow, that is all it takes. I mean, they ping the spike, looking to get the jump on anyone coming out, just shot right through the smoke, but they were behind him. And one easy paranoia made things very difficult there at the junction. They had 3 doorways they could have been looking through, and they get steamrolled by the last 2 players. That brings us up to a 9-9.
I really like that aggression from UCO on a C main. It worked out. It almost worked out really well for them. Unfortunately, their weaponry
Right
wasn't
there.
as good as Colorado College, so they were able to come on top.
It's now or never.
We could see a good taxi in for a few ult orbs here just to make a big difference in this economy. That Harbor Wall going to come out strong onto B site's entry point. And A, holding fairly deep. I mean, this is a pretty aggressive defense. Not too aggressive, but they are making their way in. Oh, they're going to make this rotation incredibly difficult. Wow, what a shot from the tour de force. Unfortunately, it only finds one before Alpin comes moving up. Umai is going to find Primera. And right in the middle of this site, a lonely Alpin who found too much space is shut down. And man, ult on top of ult. It is so sad popping that Viper's Pit, knowing that a lockdown could just throw it all away. Yeah. Unless you want to play Ring Around the Rosie with your hands tied inside the Viper's Pit. It's always an option, but it
not the smartest one.
It can very easily cool the mouse down there. A 2v4 now. UCO looking favored for this one so far, but man, is it all going to happen right in spawn?
Yeah, they're so far up C main. It looks like this gunfight is about to happen sometime soon here.
30 seconds left.
B main as well. What a wild response to that ultimate coming out.
KJ able to pick one up.
One enemy remaining.
A couple of quick trades. I mean, when you have the person advantage, it's easy to just simplify. Take a few single trades by sending man in and playing off the contact. Get it back down from a 2-4 to a 0-2. Timeouts now. This back and forth can't keep going, or they could be stuck in a long, long overtime, even just to see if we go to a map 3. And what a mental toll that is, seeing a huge overtime in map 2 and ending up with a map 3. So Oklahoma would love to just squash this where it is and go home.
Yeah, I think a big page turn here was that Chamber is now on defense with that operator, and even though Colorado College has that KG on defense, which does shut down that site hold, I feel like the operator just like it sets a different tone for the game.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, you're putting a lot of weight and faith onto the operator here. You've been really hoping to see it come out.
Yeah, especially when it's on Chamber, having that rendezvous and you're able to like take a really aggressive peek and just snap and get right out is pretty broken when it comes to a tactical shoot.
Yeah, another interesting reason that I'm kind of surprised we didn't see any Jets here, though the Rays has been making their value.
Yeah, because when they take that, when you combo with the breach, you're able to take any aggression anywhere. You're able to stun and nade off that, and there's not much the other enemy team can do about it, and that gives you a lot of space.
Yeah, yeah, and we've seen a lot of good heals coming out from the other initiator, talking about comboing people into the roster. It's nice to see these teams really working together, and it's what gives us this 10v9 head-to-head fight.
Still a very close game going into this next round. Looking like Colorado College is at a slight gun disadvantage. Looking forward to see how they play around that.
Yeah, and again, it's just messy. This push up from C is so deep. We're going to see a little bit of contact here, a few jiggle peeks, a couple of footsteps. We're going to have that shadow already going out. Oh, a big push on the B, but it's not going to be there. Look at that dump, and they pedal right back off of it. Spike's already been dropped. The WinCon shifts, though, and they're way in over their head. Everybody rotating from B to C catches them off guard. Rasco was just tried to make it out of there alive and just let go of the Spike, and it may have been their downfall. Now, it's an open C site, and although it was scary for a second, they've got Spike back onto C, no problems, slating themselves for an easy 10th point, moving us into even double digits.
Looks like it's going to be a 3v3 retake here for UCO. That Ray Showstopper is going to be crucial to this retake, and this is a big round for them to win, so I think he's going to break it out this round.
And maybe they're respecting that, because if they recognize that, that could be why they're playing all the way off of the site.
100%.
I suggest you move.
Here comes that Showstopper. Doesn't get any. Wow.
Primera takes number 3. Right, is going to follow in after and take that space if the blast packs are able to find him. Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, beautiful 180
well
into a
played.
2 for 6 health left. What a defense. That's huge.
Very well played by Bright there. Turning that flash was crucial to winning those 2 gunfights.
And I mean, honestly, that's all we really expected out of the Rays Showstopper. I mean, that's all that we needed.
Yeah.
Just being the catalyst for the performance there, up to 11 points. They've got the advantage now. They just need to close it up. However, Colorado College would be okay to... Ooh, look at this save. They're going long distance. They're threatening all of the Sheriffs. The op is out, though, and holding behind the op is another $8 grand in credits. UCO is looking like a strong force, but you can't argue with the score, 9-11. Colorado College has already seen it. RJ makes a little bit of eye contact before jumping back.
There they are.
It looks like they were able to deny that execute, and Colorado College is going to have to back up and take space on a different site here. It looks like they might even come back and re-A. UCO still has this A main aggression.
Teleport's
they know
ready.
the enemy team is not anywhere up A main, which is a lot of information to have.
Defense looking nice in the spread, just holding down everything they can. The default play is not the wrong call. And look at that narrow sight line. You can barely see it. It's a row of pixels. He's looking to find anything as people are stepping across now. Kind of lets them have their space, and sure enough, right through, and the Guardian takes it the wrong way. A couple of sidearm shots as well
30
grabs
seconds
Primera a
left.
kill, but it just doesn't quite make up for what came out of the defense on that row.
Those are two very big kills for Colorado College. That gave them 2 guns into this A execute here.
Bonusing that up does kind of change the gun advantage during the round. I mean, now a 2-for-2 trade leading to a good bonus as
seconds
spaces
left.
take back. You're right, it's nearly an even call. The spike is going to go down. Oh, and through very close with the red, but it's going to go the wrong way. Margamoiv. Yeah, Margamoiv takes one more. Right, sees it. Oh, sees that player through the harbor wall, but can't quite capitalize.
He's aware of this.
Oh, it just keeps ticking down. He knows he's being absolutely flanked here, but all he can do is move forward. No, tries to get out of there. The paranoia kicks in. Phantom in his hand. Opts for just a little bit more to distract. Doesn't even pop the flash, just lets it ride, trying to slow things down so he can get out of there in time, hoping to find maybe an outro here in main.
Hopefully Bright's able to keep this off here. That is crucial for you.
Ooh.
Bring a ruler.
And you're right, yeah, Bright is able to keep the op with a beautiful outro, just goes flying out of there, dumping utility behind him to try to make the way.
What a great round by Colorado College. Despite being heavily down in guns, they were able to pull through in that round, which is very well played by them.
Yeah, and after a quick dono of that op, though, UCO still has a huge presence.
Yeah, Colorado College is set up really nice for this round, having that showstopper and the rolling thunder. They should be able to take any site they want fairly easily.
And it's going to be the judge that rolls out to offset that power from the op to make up for the cred difference that they've got spreading thin here. But we can say the same thing for the other team. I mean, if this goes down, whoever takes this next round is looking strong going in 12-point area. We're just flirting with the idea of overtime here. In fact, if we get another point from Colorado College, we're effectively into overtime. Another good shot coming out from Umai for a first blood. But the presence is there. Alpin, low health. A lot of contact here. RJ from a distance going to find one from Mara and Dre to get their one. All of the flashes coming out. The initiators doing their job and becoming the duelist Dre. An excellent play there onto Umai. It's going to be a lot of progress. A 3v2 is so much.
It's going to be an extremely hard retake for UCO. That showstopper and rolling thunder. Oh, but he gets 2. And now all of a sudden it's a 2v1 for UCO.
Off your
So he
feet!
breaks up with rolling thunder, and he does.
Last player
Oh,
standing.
it's that delayed rate of fire that totally takes it. Dre, here's the one shot, turns, grabs it, and again, to find the 4K amidst the smoke, a beautiful clutch. 11-11.
Yeah, that was a very big clutch by Dre. Huge shots by the Astra on UCO. He was able to get 2 there, which really made that retake winnable. But unfortunately, that rolling thunder secured the round for Colorado College.
Absolutely wild. These hero plays that are coming out and changing the game at the last second.
Oh, that was a close round.
Buy faces up in the buy walls, goes down. Here are the moves for 11-11. It's go. Press W. Put a rock on it. Just charging ahead.
This is that aggression from Colorado College that we were seeing last map. I'm excited to see it here. It's like the first time we've seen a 5-man push by them. Excited to see how this goes.
Oh, just chasing them down. They're trying to make out of there alive, but it not being an option with people just hunting you down. Dre feeling hot from the round before. Has changed his crosshair to a mouse and convinced himself that all he has to do is click on people's foreheads
Spike
to win.
planted.
RGA feeling good with the headhunter, grabs one, but is traded out by Dre, which I believe is the 2K. Rasco hasn't quite got a debut on this round, but they're lurking now with the judge. We've seen a lot of rounds upsettingly go sideways with that judge. Gonna throw a little bit of vision denial. Exactly where you'd want to be with this judge, but they set it off early. It's all about timing. Primera counts to 0 and shoots right through that harbor wall, looking to tilt things the other way, but he disrespects it. Comes right through. A little bit of pre-fire, gives it away though, and he's gonna drop Trey. 3. An attacker, CC takes point 12.
Match point.
UCO had a slight disadvantage when it came to opponent, but nonetheless, it was still a very close round. That judge was almost very vital when it came to this round, but unfortunately, Colorado College
enough time to go
aware
into
of it
the
and straight for the
Astrophobe.
smoke.
Yeah, just the most unfortunate
Here it is
timing of
right
the game.
here. Unfortunately,
Look
they were
at
ready for
that.
it.
And this too, just disrespecting the harbor ult, playing a little bit of ring around the rosy with him, just holds him on for a while. The 1-for-1 goes down.
Still a really close game. It could be anyone's.
It could be anyone's game.
And it looks like they're going to go through B and take it all the way to C. Interesting play by Colorado College to get the take on RJ, which secures the side. And they're going to get this bomb down here. It's going to be a very difficult 3v5 retake for UCO. But they have that showstopper and that Astro Wall, which could give them a nice advantage in this retake.
Omen ult with the low health, a bold call. See how he uses it. Just a little bit of a recon jump, it seems like. Back into it, spikes down, feeling things out. A 5v2. CC is looking strong on this one, and they take it. No overtime for us. NACE Starleague of 2023. That's another solid win going out, but that does bring us to a 1-1 as Colorado College brings in their first point to the map for week 4. Now we're going to be moving into Haven.
Yeah.
Again,
I was really excited to see Haven, so I'm glad we're going into Haven.
it is nice.
We're definitely, I hope to see that op again as always. You know, I'm a big fan of the op. I'm curious to see what the comp is going to be like. I'm not too sure how these teams are going to play out this map.
Yeah, I could see big chamber moves again. We saw a lot of utility out for that chamber.
Jet is seen pretty often on Haven, so they're probably going to bring back out the Jet.
Jet is still going to be the cover girl of Valorant and definitely finds her place on a lot of the classic maps. I could not hate a Sova, a KJ, or a KO. How do you feel about those?
Yeah, KJ is definitely more of a favorite Sentinel.
Yeah.
But it just honestly in any map, just having that ability to deny and execute to the site is just really crucial.
And it's tough too because it's not just the execute to the site. We saw that KJ ultimate shut down a Viper's Pit.
Yeah.
So in a KO sense, you can kind of nullify somebody else's ultimate, which is nice. But I feel like we see the exact same thing coming from Sova.
Yeah, I agree. And even that KJ on attack is just as useful as she is on defense. Her ultimate just gives that ability to completely clear a site and then your whole team can just take it for free.
And it feels like a more versatile maintaining of space. Like once you take a little bit of space on the attacking or defending side as KJ, you can always like kind of drop the line of cover there, drop a couple of alarm bots and maybe the turret, and they don't have to worry about the flank as much. The flank is being guarded. And with maps like Haven where a lot of people can sneak in through the cracks, it's nice to have those kind of covering your back. So there it is, 13-10 and 11-13. This next one could be 13-12.
Yeah, it's been really close games. It could be anyone's game this next map. I'm excited to see UCO because they're really good at that default on attack, and with Haven being 3 sites, it's really strong to have a good default because you're able to throw a lot of people on a lot of different parts of the map and take a lot of space. So
Colorado College did opt for the attack on this one, so we're going to get to see that default defense coming from Central Oklahoma, the Bronchos. Controller-wise, how you feeling, Haven? Because it seems like a lot of these open-sized maps, I like to really have that Viper, but I feel like Viper is
a classic pick on this map too.
Viper's good. I prefer to see more of an Omen. Having that ability to throw a smoke really far when it comes to this map is good because you can throw a smoke on C and fake that side and go A. Whereas if you were Brim, you're unable to do that because of the limited range of your smokes.
Yeah, and the Heaven smokes are really advantageous as well, because I mean that Heaven presence on A is really what I think makes or breaks the site. It's not like Truck and people hiding in Hell is a big deal. So I'm looking forward to seeing them jump right on into this. Of course, they're going to need to take a very small break just to hang out. So we'll keep talking about our theories on Haven's match. What do you feel like we've seen people kind of touch gloves here? We've seen each team get a good chance to play on defense and a good chance to play on offense. Moving into Haven, is there any big changes you would make to the playstyle? Or do you think for most of these teams, they came so close, they may as well just rep it a little bit harder?
Yeah, a playstyle change I would make for specifically Colorado College is I would just slow it down a little bit. I would throw people on different parts of the map. I would take more space with those people. I would use, I think I'd commit a lot more util to taking those space because on attack, the more space you have on the map is the less places the other team can be, you know? So it's easier to execute a site that way.
Yeah, space management, time management. We've got all the basics moving. Any other must-see picks that you think are coming from either team, especially considering that the way that they've shown themselves operating on these people? Because, I mean, I've seen Omen do a lot more jumping around, whereas this Omen seems like he's been pretty much using his utility just like anybody else's utility, and the Shadow Step, honestly, has gone a little bit unnoticed. So, in that regard, just seeing how you've seen these people play these positions, do you think that any odd picks are going to be coming out of Haven?
Nah, not really. I think like stereotypical Omen, Jet, Killjoy, and like another controller or another initiator is usually the best comp to play. Having that Omen is really crucial, not just because of being able to fake sites, but with his TPs, you can get a lot of off angles on Haven. You can jump on top of the generator on B. You can jump on top of the C site in the middle of C site. Yeah, there's a lot of off angles you can play on Omen. So I think Omen is definitely the best controller on this map. But also, again, I hope to see a chamber. I love seeing chambers in that op.
Chambers in that op, and I mean, this is the critical place to put an op as well. I mean, everybody loves the C long classic, hold it long term with the op. And I mean, this map has just stood the test of time. Another 3-site special. We're going to see a lot of exciting rotations on a very well-lit map, holding everything together. A lot of fast mobility people is what we're going to be looking for as well. Each player's looking to queue up. Here it is. Sure enough, that Omen's going to drop on one side. One thing we didn't talk a whole lot about.
Astra is honestly not a bad pick. Astra has a lot of post-plant utility, which wins a lot of rounds that like you shouldn't really play because you have that suck and you have that stun, which thing to stop.
Yeah, and I remember Astra right around the Astra must pick, because a lot of times, you know, an agent comes out and they need to be nerfed and they need to be buffed, but Astra had a Reign Supreme era for a little bit, and this map was dangerous as well, because like you're saying, just with all those extra and the times were down, this map is a little bit of funnel because everything is a little bit tighter in just to fit it in the footprint that a map should have, and the gravity well was so damaging and was brought together with so many. It's just easily synergized. Once someone's in a guaranteed spot, I mean, almost everybody else's AoE utility took it out no problem. I'm just sad we hadn't seen a Sage in a while.
Yeah, you don't see Sage too often anymore.
Not now, not in this meta.
Pro play, yeah.
Just feeling things out and pop right on into round one. This is going to be the one.
And we're going to see those fake smokes coming from Omen. Some of the players off of C.
Oh, look at them. They're just jumping right into it. They went heavy on the mental game, dropping those fake smokes, and now tossing so much utility, coming rolling right on into B box.
And a B exit, something you don't see often. Usually teams first round push A or C, and it's interesting to see Colorado College take this. See how this pans out.
Yeah, for sure. Holding that B box pretty tight. The defense sitting right down on it. Oh, and that double doors lurker hanging out does get
One
pinched off.
player
Look at that. Absolutely no. Oh, no understanding of the last man left. And D-Box just running right around. The Cypher is going to be damaging, and he doesn't even see it. As Umai barely creeps over across the screen, Dree has already got him.
Hold by Colorado College. Planning B is scary. The fact that there's so many different areas that you can get pushed from. You can get pushed from C or A link or B main or garage. So it's very risky planning on B and holding. We'll play to them for getting that done.
Quick little review of the last round. Round 1. Which is going to be what pushes us into the start and really get the ball rolling. This is an important map to have all of the momentum on because it's been a big game of momentum for the last 2 maps. And this is it. Somebody has to take this one. It has to go down. And a team is going to leave.
Another B exit coming from Colorado College.
Big retreat coming out with a spike.
Good discipline, not forcing anything on the force.
Oh, man. A little bit of defense from the seaside. Gets greedy, finds few, and then drops back. Dull Hair Juice goes crazy and finds 2. Just right out of near nowhere.
It looks like bomb is going to be taking A. Yeah, I think they're unaware that the Astra is on the site still.
Oh, Astra's unaware there's somebody on the side and gets caught right off guard with Swee's beautiful pacing, just having everybody move in a nice line to keep angles that were checked being checked. And they're just going to fill the space that they own now. Holding one on C, oh, one on A short, one on A long, and one on 8 side back. Sweesk with the Bulldog is going to be the one to find RJ. That Bulldog just got obsolete because you won round 2, and now you're rich. They may hold it, though, for a nice bonus, not making sure to waste any creds in the long game, which should slink UCO to find their first point. But
yeah,
it's not sure.
Even though Colorado College had an obvious gun advantage, they played that really well. They didn't force B. Their plan initially was to exec B, but they saw a lot of Uto getting dumped into it, and they didn't force it. It was very good discipline coming from them, and they were able to rotate over to the A side, get the bomb down, and secure the win. So, well played by them.
Looking for my favorite. Creep slowly towards double doors and threaten the C and B split. They've got a few up there holding down the grass and no one in B to watch them long, but there is quite a bit of utility already holding in. And it's just too much of a threat. They're going to make a nice little rotation to B. As they start to toss everything in, you have to take it by force, you have to take it suddenly. The rotations from A and C are almost instant, so the spike has to be as well. The plant is already down and these rotations are coming around. Every angle is smoked off aptly. Bright is going to be the first one to find anybody this round. On to Dreary. RJ goes moving up in front of the util. And all that util is going to go silent now. B-Box is an option. You don't have to tread carefully around any of those turrets anymore. And this player 0 holding the Omen for Colorado College gets all the way around. It could be a devastating flank here. They don't respect the fact that their KJ has gone down.
One enemy remaining.
There it is, Primera,
Wow.
sure enough, moves up to a 4K. Wow, the power that an Omen on flank has.
What a fantastic hold by College after getting that bomb down. Once again, planning on B is extremely hard because of all the angles that you can get pushed from, and they were able to shut down all the pushes.
And taking 3 rounds is the devastating one. You're really supposed to lose the bonus there.
Yeah, UCO's definitely got to keep their head up here. It's definitely hard to, after losing 3rd round, to keep that mental up, so they got to make sure they do that.
Yeah, look at these credits just come rolling in. CC can take a good, clean loss and still find enough credits in the next one. Wow, an early game punishment for consistency. And Joel Carrot Juice is going to find one and then be traded. Sweesk goes and takes another one onto Rasco. The rotation is live. They go flying in through A. They've already got a friendly tripwire upholding in the gates, and that could save their life, as we already have a little bit of a flank coming around. So they are already a step ahead. A little bit of defense coming in from up front, but they're ready for it. They're already pre-firing into all the appropriate spaces. Got him down into the yellow health bar already. It's a little bit of a tag out as they keep putting a lot of pressure onto Heaven. Might go for a parallel push here, KD. looking to plan this out correctly. Get the pop at the same time that their jet does.
Last
Oh,
player
but the jet
standing.
gets spotted with the owl drone and are totally grabbed now, alone. They're lucky they find one with good headhunter position, but they do get traded as Dre is going to bring it up to 4 points for Colorado College. And I don't want to call it a comeback, but they are doing well here.
This is a great timeout for UCO. Being down 4, you definitely stand up, recuperate, take a little second to just work that mental up and bring yourself back and realize that this game is still winnable.
Yeah, it is still winnable. We've seen a lot of things go down back and forth and back and forth. The last 2 games have been incredibly close, so they want to be careful about this next one. Is there anything you can really do to upset a momentum shift, or just play the buy, save until you find the right
I mean,
niche?
all it takes is one round to really shift the momentum. I really like their pick on Cypher. You don't see Cypher too often, but the thing I like about Cypher is the fact that you can place trips anywhere and still be with your team. There's no range for your trips to deactivate. You can have them anywhere and be anywhere on the map, which is really crucial because you can have a trip over on C long and go A with your team, and you'll know if anybody is aggressive on C.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw them totally get the utility out of that when they dropped a little bit of tripwire just to watch the cover as they go flying into A. And it's nicer than like Deadlock utility or Sage utility, where you try to turn back around after you want to re-hit something else, and you don't have the option to. And I mean, he was able to even be the front of the pack and drop the tripwire and keep flying on in.
Yeah.
And everybody followed in after, no problem. They had a clean A take because all of their focus was exactly where it needs to be. And they whittled away and snowballed the players, taking 1 in heaven.
Nice info coming from Colorado College. Get together as they can before they choose to exit the site.
A big hold from UCO here. Deep on long. They are going to throw in the Sova drone and kick him out, though. A little bit of A presence is not going to scare anybody. And no rotations come out. It's a good call because the Spike is actually single-handedly staring down double doors. They're going to get a little bit of wingman moving in, looking to play some smokes, maybe a paranoia here.
I know
That is a
exactly
big pick
where
on C.
you are.
That's going to shift all the UCO players off of A and over to that site.
Ooh, timing was a little bit too slow. It's not quite there. The C comes out.
Enemy remaining.
Sweeze helps to find one with Alpine. They go flooding in and they take the site, the rotation. They're going to move on over to C and just guard it from a distance. Look at this. Even if they make it through all the players, which would be difficult.
Yeah, very difficult for UCO.
Yeah,
Let's see if he goes for or if he just saves his gun.
the reverse ace clutch. It looks like they're not going to want to do that. So, play the horns. The Fox Hunt is on.
That's right.
And why not look for this flawless and take out this man? So Umai is going to be very careful here. He knows he's being sniffed out. He finds one player and he just can't keep it. There's the flawless, and the prize goes to Primera. And look at this ult economy. 3-1. That Sova is solid, but it's just not quite enough to play against all of the cheeky plays that you could be hit with from the Omen or from the Rays. I mean, this is a strong position from Colorado College.
Right here.
Yeah, tough loss for UCO coming out of that timeout. Bounce back here and get a win under the belt so they can shift that momentum.
Spike in the pocket. CC's looking for a little bit of a default. Not going to play too cocky yet, but we still could see something clever. Wow, Umai punishing early Alpen, bringing it down to a 5v4 with nothing to say about it after that. No greed. Takes one and backs up. Just makes it a nice little disconnect game. Oh, Dole Carrot Juice caught a little bit off guard, but he's able to nade himself out of the situation. And again, just backs
look
up.
at Cypher.
No one wants to lose any ground. Cypher coming all the way up the C long. Just as you said, takes a great one on.
Very,
onto their
very
only
good lurk by
sentinel.
Cypher. Yeah, very good lurk by Cypher. They're all the Colorado College players over the C, and they're going to get this bomb down, no problem.
They're only left with controllers now, an initiator, and a duelist.
Timing.
Ooh, what a sightline from Dre. Tries to double it up, but he can't quite find it. Rascal gets the trade. That's just enough information for the team, though, and they're going to be watching this angle close. Sure enough, there's the showstopper coming out, and as time ticks down, where are they going to find it? Doesn't look like it finds the value they'd want it to. Primera gets the trade.
Astral going down, shuts off all the flash through it.
Last player
Oh.
standing.
Doesn't quite get one. Raises forces that though. And that Astro Wall was crucial into winning that round. Colorado College was looking forward to be playing C main. I was just playing the bomb and hoping to kill him off, but that Astro Wall was making so they were unable to spray, push up through. So well played by them.
Yeah, and I don't know if the Astro was there at the Q. I think Astro may have taken a few kills to grab. Yeah, I think it was right there.
Yeah, that was it.
Katie had to take Primera, so it was not an option. I mean, no one's looking at the number of charges left unless they're at 6, so. Man, and the Bright plays just greedy off angles, close in your face. There's no good options there, because they can't shoot through that wall.
Turret out.
And that might be that one round to change. That could be a
Definitely
huge
could be.
momentum switch.
We do have to consider the cred stockpiled from 5 consecutive wins in Colorado College. I mean, UCO definitely has enough to now get a full gun round, but Colorado College has got beautiful sidearms. They're sitting on a couple of ultimates. They're feeling good. Let's see what kind of attack play they can make here onto A. They've been popping out the ultimate nice and early, or at least considering it.
It looks like it might be backing up. Yeah, they're taking. It looks like they're taking bomb off the side. And players here to just try and convince UCO to re-hit the site. This Cypher's in a really, really good spot. All the way up A short. Could be crucial. Unable to get one though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that could have been a big shift
30
in
seconds
position,
left.
but now all that space down to A short and A long has been lost, and they're kind of set back to the beginning of the round in a 4v5 with no time on the clock. And they're going to play into some knives, of whose position they may not be absolutely sure. Dolcarriage is looking to deal with a little bit of utility, has to blast pack out just barely a second time for security.
10
Looking for a
seconds left.
rotation here. Already the plant's coming out. Dolcarriage with a beautiful shift and shot. Primera to double it down and find a second. Now look at this crossfire.
Yeah, I was about to say this is a great Colorado College.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it was.
Nice. Doesn't even let one slip. Primera and Alpin to each find one for them. What a switch over. Going from a 4v5 to one man left. It is the one with the knives, but after that reset nerf on the knives, they're just not as menacing. A little bit of low health down the long angle. They're ready to jump utility into this one, and very, very secure.
That was
their
a great
situation.
KO knife. Those jet knives temporarily.
Yeah.
Slow him down, and now he's not.
Ooh.
They were able to pick him off. Colorado College, honestly, I don't even think UCO is playing that bad, but Colorado College is really, really good.
Yeah, and a big turnaround. And I mean, UCO had it at their throats, but the threat is just lowered. And when you're feeling that good, even that one win wasn't enough. So do you think that all the momentum kind of shut off after the first round and it's basically a 1v1 now?
Yeah, I think for UCO to bring this back is they're going to have to utilize that operator more. I haven't brought up that operator yet, and I think that would be a game to utilize that and break it out.
I mean, we have seen the knives, but like you're saying, it takes a little bit of critical thinking to shut those down with the right team members. Oh, it looks like a big commit to A site, just based on the utility that we're seeing, and no fake outs have really come in. So they are maybe just checking for flanks in general. They do have 2 tripwires up on A and C. Fortunately, he's going to go down, so those tripwires are off the map as RJ's is going wild, finds 2, and only trades it for himself. Not a lot of space traded either. They're going to get the spike out of there, or at least hold off on a better angle, considering that all 3 of the remaining players, this would be a nice time to have a showstopper, are left in heaven. No, only 2 of them. One more is making the big flank around, and now that the tripwire's gone, they have to delegate players to watching that backside. He's not being aggressive, though. He's just holding off. Holding out for that rotate, looking to catch a couple people off guard. Maybe get greedy and find 2. It looks like they're still seriously considering going to the site, though, and the boombot's going to come out.
An operator is huge pick by Jet there to make it a 2v3.
Oh. And we may see Sweesk falling for the old 1
30
too.
seconds left.
If he gets caught, it's over.
So we're in a great spot.
Oh, he's getting sloppy. Sure enough, Pixel's
Spike
pass.
down A.
It's going to fall. Spike is down. The win con shifts. He is able to pick it up and get out of there, but man, they know where he is. They know what he's got. And there's only 3 men left. 13 seconds to get on site and to get plant. It's almost
10
not a
seconds left.
possibility. He is the only one there, though. If he can pull this together, which I know he can. Oh, the
Able to
gravity
get
well.
spiked down.
That's basically only worth 300 credits, though.
Good pick on the Astra. He has a lot of utility here, including his ultimate.
Yeah, crouches down the first one, sees the second, but it's not there. That up, he just can't deal with it, and that's round. An easy defuse brings it to 2v6. That momentum is starting to shift over a little bit. Colorado College has got to be careful.
Yeah, I'm glad to see UCO break out that operator on Jet. I feel like that's exactly what they needed. I think he got 2, which is huge. Exactly what they needed. Hoping for a big momentum change here for you. This game back and make it a little bit of a closer game.
Sure enough, a last-second timeout going to be coming up.
And that's a great timeout call. I think they're aware of the chance that that could be a momentum shift, so they're looking to shut that down with this timeout.
I believe Coach actually called that timeout in.
Did he really?
Yeah, because if you look at it, then the name wasn't any of the names of the players. I think Dida was the one that called the timeout. So it could be him stepping in and saying, hey, I've got a big idea here for you.
Yeah, it could be. Wow.
Yeah, so that's a good one. We've seen a huge momentum play here that we did not have in the last 2 games. I mean, 6-2, and that 6 is threatening. But the op is a real force to be reckoned with. And just like you said, they brought it out, things started to change.
Yeah, it really did change the whole momentum of the game. It's just such an advantage, especially when it's in Jet's hands, being able to just take any aggressive aim you want to and get out with almost like no repercussions. It's really good.
After taking a little like 1 back, 1 forward, are those first 4-round wins enough to stockpile like a free op, or do you think we've basically reset the creds here?
I think the creds definitely might be reset here. I'm not too sure, but I'm pretty sure the creds should be reset here.
2v6. We come right back into where the clock was. As the buy walls go up, it looks like it's a little bit of a default spike in pocket. Sure enough, we see those tripwires being all set, and then the spike gets picked up. Nice, consistent, deliberate play here by Colorado College. They don't want any funny business. There's going to be a whole lot of utility right on A, and look at this. The ultimate
Bombs
coming
over on
out.
C.
It is. Yeah, spike is on C.
And that was a great KO. I think KO was able to pull everybody off of C. Dre doesn't.
Ooh.
Oh, the Omen will give them all the recon they need to know that side is completely free. Oh yeah, easily.
Oh, look at that. Taking his time to just set right up. Grabs an easy spike. Maybe thinks about putting it over here.
Yep.
They've got time to
All the
just
time in the
play
world.
around. Yeah.
Ultimate is ready.
Yeah, he threatened to make the game into a CSGO match on A, and everybody freaks out, but it's not quite the truth now. Everybody, as they rotate in, get a long sightline onto it. The two of them can play aggressive and in your face, and you still, even if you clear them out, you still can't tap the spike because the other two are right around the corner. Sure enough. Oh!
And UCO has that cake. You're going to be able to push them all off the side. Uses.
Yeah, they do have to leave a couple of players there to make sure that's not an issue. KJ still staying strong, but they've got to make it through double doors, and people are very watching that area. Dree almost finds one, but Swayze continuing on the catch. And his KD goes down to go carry 2, so that has to be another round for the attacking team. Colorado College taking 0.7 in clutch. And it cost him 2 ultimates to get that, though.
Yeah, it was a really well played round by Colorado. Good KO was able to pull enemy team off the C, and they were able to time as they want to really get that bomb down.
And you could argue that if those 2 ultimates give them such a clean round that they're able to kind of bonus things up, that they're able to keep some momentum, and that they're able to make devastating attacks onto the econ of the other team, it won them more than a round. You have to think about it as an entire game. Using those 2 ultimates wasn't that bad.
Heavy B presence from UCO, putting nobody on site, on C side or A side.
It could just be a good read, though, as there was heavy presence in B coming from Colorado College as well. University Central.
Does he clear?
Oh! Almost didn't clear. It's a good thing he had a man behind him. That's an Oklahoma player going down to a double P. Despite his best efforts, Dre going to be the one to find Sova as well, bringing it to a so far flawless 3v5. And they stay on. It is such low health from the
Spike
Rays, though.
planted.
Their only duelist. Gotta keep it together here. Although KO is basically a duelist.
Take for UCO 5v3. They have that KG lockdown. I don't know if they plan on using it due to the number disadvantage that they're. But if they get this kill on the Sova, they
Flank.
use it now.
A good flank coming in from the RJ. It's
One
not quite enough.
enemy remaining.
Umai definitely making the presence, though. All he's got to do is just simplify. Sure enough, Dole Carrot could have lost himself to that one and been fine as well. He's going to get right on out of that site. One more until the ultimate is back online, and that's going to come in, if they take this, right in time for big plays on the double digits. I mean, CC's in the home stretch here.
A great round. It was a great college. Two on the flanker was able to get one for that KJ to put down her ultimate. Have another chance at winning, but I think for another future round.
Yeah, UD Central Oklahoma. It's got a serious boulder to push up the hill here. They're feeling antsy, though. Their presence is very forward.
A lot of mid presence again from Yo.
Yeah, the weight's all on the front foot here as they're just kind of feeling things out. But look at that slide up banana from CC. Colorado
Jets
College doesn't have the spike move in that direction, though. It's 4-man stack towards A long, and they're not even showing a bait-style presence. I mean, a little bit of utility maybe, but they drop one player and go flying out. Look at this switch. They've got the timing down packed. Phil Juice getting an easy plant inside all the Cypher cages. The Dre are holding for him, and that's, oh, the Hunter's Fury coming out strong. Switch to the melee just to get that speed boost. It's not enough. Dre caught in the fire, and Erasco's able to totally clean right onto sight. Ooh, the reverse hold, though, making sure nobody gets onto that spike. He tries anyways. Rasco not going to get any defuse points there. Oh, and there it is, holding together, just playing through the smokes. Colorado College barely holds together as far as I'm concerned.
Last
0.9.
round before the switch.
With Colorado College taking that, like I said before, is when it comes to retaking, because you take from anywhere and you were able to hold their gunfights and they shut them down. Yeah. Unfortunately, we're not seeing that operator anymore from UCO.
It's true, but the presence is still there. The people want it still. You can see the Guardian is here.
Yeah.
I can't tell what Top Frag's doing with the Bulldog, but that's okay. A big, big weight towards B site, whereas, oh man, what a donut play here as defense is wrapping around C and A when the B presence is there. It's a split gamble, and it might not work in their favor unless they can get a real pinch in here.
Stealing sight.
Though it looks like Grass is going to be pretty heavily defended. Premier playing through the box is going to find one. Sweet goes down to Katie, though. Oh, and Premier with another. Just holding heavy. And sure enough, that ult comes out just when we expected it to, right in here for line 10. But Katie's going wild with it, finds three right in a row, only to be interrupted by Umai finding one more. And that defuse is going to be no problem. Round 3.
I was looking so good for but Blank was able to get
Switching
full.
sides.
That's the half. Are you superstitious? We haven't talked about this.
I've heard of the curse. I've heard of the curse. Do I believe it? Not really. Not really.
That's how it gets you.
Oh, is it?
You gotta watch out, Terry.
Yeah, you never know. It isn't a kind of map, so seeing what you here, I'm excited to see what they do.
UCO prefer the attack when they got the chance. Nobody chose defense here. They could have all the tricks up their sleeve. We could see triple overtime on map 3. Just you wait, it'll be tomorrow, pretty soon. But it is a mental game going 3 maps in a row and then holding out.
For UCO to keep their mentals up. 9-3 is hard. Mental, but if you're able to keep a good mental, you should be able to pull.
We do have to remember the Colorado College starting off this round did find 3 in a row. I mean, they won that bonus round that they weren't really supposed to win. Oh, if Dre can take something cheeky here, they're totally ready for him, though. I don't find him winning this one. No angle advantage. He comes rolling around. That's a tough position to be caught with a ghost in your hand for. He was almost in shorty range there. Not the angle advantage. That is not what they mean by peeker's advantage. That's a tough one. Goes right down. No flank going to be there. And now that space on C is totally lost. Old Carrot Juice finds one to even things up a little bit. Proving the ghost isn't worthless after all. He's being hunted down, though, by an injured Bright. Ooh. But A lust for vengeance isn't all it takes to find a win. Bright falls. And it's 3v4 now. If UCO can find that 3 points in a row that Colorado College had, then University of Central.
That's a big 3v3 and they have Cypher. UCO honestly really needs to win this round. A pistol is really big, especially rounds, because in going to the next round, that sets you up really nice.
Yeah, Central Oklahoma's kind of being closed in on. You're right, yeah, that jet is kind of the catalyst here. Whether they make or break that, it's going to totally change. And there we go. Suddenly there is a nice line where we can see the offense beat the defense. And even if these two fall, it'll still be a 1v1. Spike has been down for a while now. RJ just looking to burn a little bit of time, holding in the safest spot. Umai from a distance. It's looking tough. Can Sweesk find it? 2 health left in the bank. Not even a foot shot. Finds one. A quick reload. A little bit of ring around the rosy. A headshot. Does he have the time? The defuse is here. Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, he did not.
Oh, he really had that third of a second.
That was almost really well played by there. Wow.
Oh, incredible. The tension in the studio. 4v9 now. And what a change.
Yeah, and that's a big momentum shift. Exactly what they needed to stay.
I mean, yeah, that's the pistol round. If they can grab this one, no funny business aside. But look at all the funny business that's on the roster. Oh, no, that's this team. No, they're still pulling classics. Okay. I thought they had some wild second buys out. Just no util, no shields.
Being up this surprised, I don't want to force this round and maybe chance of winning.
It is what I expected. Yeah, just get that extra edge up. It's not going to be the case. And what a knife! Just for info alone, you don't even have to move in on that. Just look at the space they're allowed to take because they know exactly what's going on.
They know there's 4. Took advantage of that.
Ooh, Stolfair, he's playing fast and loose with it. It's going to find one. Or no, he goes down. Alpin does get one, though. Primera drops a great paranoia, but it's not going to be enough. And Attackers, a convincing move. We should be looking at a 10-5 after this one, or so Colorado College would hope now that they've got the good guns in their favor.
UCO could win this round. That'd be a round for them. It's very big when it comes to weaponry. So it's going to be difficult. Doable. And it looks like UCO is just going to play a little bit. Take that aim very quickly by Carriage. Making it 4.
Quick ult point grab, just kind of taxing around. It's been a slow and steady beginning to the round, but Colorado College is just kind of whittling away at UCO, and UCO still hasn't gotten the plant in. It's down to 60 seconds here. C-site is just shut right down with all that utility, and both players just holding it in. B-box, they're definitely showing their presence now. Garage might just get the action for one more round as 3 people come rolling across the grass.
Looks like they're here. Ready for it.
30 seconds left.
See if they're able to get bombed.
They've already got the jet in deep. Oh, but not for long. Sweesk holding just the right angle. Looking for maybe a lob flash. Doesn't go for it. Comes flying in. Almost the spray transfer necessary. But it's all right. Primera is able to close up the gap there.
I must wait a moment.
UCO shouldn't think too much on that. For some reason. On paper, you're not supposed to, like I said.
Yeah.
Brush that round off. Next round.
We'll showcase the excitement of last round. Offense, a strong presence inside the box, but man, the low health player survives. It's a good thing he decided to go for RJ. Sweesk and Primera to close that one. Okay, in terms of the half, it's been 2 to UCO and 1 There we go. You can see it here. 2 to University Central Oklahoma and 1 to Colorado College. Now it's a full gun round. We've got everybody up on their shields, up on their util. And this is going to be where the pacing of the round happens. CC does have the lead by 5 points. They're doubling up on it, but
Really big pick for UCO. Getting that pick off a raid. Didn't commit off. We're patient and then taking this over to A. Which is a scary being that Cypher.
it's true. And we get to see exactly how scary that is with all that util just holding it in. Defense making the call now. Making a good rotate over, and those smokes are coming out strong.
After Jackson was able to the big pick for UCO. Needed to take the site.
Yeah, and it makes all those smokes and Cypher cages that were dropped in early useless. Once you've cleared the site, then people can walk right in a short. They've left a couple in the pocket just in case, but these other ones are going to be holding good two-man angle advantages right here in heaven.
And UCO had KJ ultimate, which in case they need to delay or bomb go down a little bit.
Alpin to find two.
Alpin find
Sweesk, another one. Look at this, only 2 players left. And one of them's a ways
trigger
off site.
discipline.
Look at that, the trigger discipline is unreal.
Last player standing.
Oh, caught entirely off guard, and that's just about it. 2v1. Primera is going to go down, though. It's a 1v1. He's not going to find it. Defuse.
Wow.
I don't know. That's wild. A 10-6. He's got to try and save, but he's got a ways to make it still. Not quite going to find it, even on the back jump, and finds a 3K on himself. Alpin goes down, bringing it to 6-10. That's scary.
Colorado College was able to read 3 failures, all the ending. Alpin here with a huge, and then Sweets gets another.
I mean,
what a trick! This was fun to watch.
4 points is not
Right here.
unattainable, especially considering that the local momentum they've got that had a clean reset at the half is pretty high.
For UCO, keep them.
Shutting them down. Too suppressed.
KO with another brilliant knife, finds 2 more, and lets them take a lot more of B grass, which is a space that has been very contended recently. Of course, if they haven't shown anything yet, they might not total, so they send the Cypher in deep.
Colorado College made it all the way through window. Was able to get any of them.
Yeah, they are just chasing them in. They've got the whole 5 stack. So much information as Astron on the KD is going to find one. Alpin replies, but it's not enough. Now look at this. If they can see all 4 people, they know they have all of sight. They're not showing very much. Dole's going to grab it, and the attacker Killjoy gets 0 on the detain.
Spike planted.
They own the site now, but they do not have the ultimates in favor defense. Just playing for some free ones. A little bit of pepper damage through the wall. Just, well, look at this ultimate coming through. Oh, goes right by everybody. Not going to grab it. RJ is going to take the space, though. Premier to trade. Bright to go. And another trade coming on Dre. It is so close. Whoa. Unfortunately, it's an easy defuse.
And wow, that was a great take by Colorado College.
Nice, clean retake. Yeah, the collegiate level of play here is so prevalent. So obvious.
Big round for them, too. Colorado College, because they were able to momentum that UCO rounds from winning.
Hopefully that is enough to hold into the end. It's a battle of mistakes now at 11 points v6.
Played there by the for breach and flash. And very well played.
Setting up those traps early. Look at this dedication to B site. Looks like they're going to zipper that one right up and focus most of their lines on C long. They're walking right down.
Heavy
a lot
aggression.
of confidence considering how late that move is. Attack. Grabs one. A couple trades go down. It's 3v3. Only 1 player left on C. Wow, what a simplification of the situation. I mean, so much tension there in C, and it all drops down. Now we're basically just looking at a default 3v3. They're going to opt the double down on C long. If nothing else, they know that there's probably only 1 player left.
This KOC is
not going to make it happen. Ooh, 3 health left and goes back down to Unai. Got just enough living time to make his last prayers, and Dre comes in to make a trade, though. Now, down to 2v2. The trade did bring us... Oh, Spike is down, and look at that pinch. Dre going to find another one. Cypher calls the neural theft. Oh, that's just as much info as they need. And Primera, using that neural theft ping, just draws the yellow silhouette, and it's an easy defuse, bringing them to 12, back up to doubling the points.
I think after that, economy is not going to be that great. So this next round is going to be
point.
a difficult round. UCO. Yeah, I see some, not quite all.
Need a drop.
That Cypher ultimate when it came to winning this round. Just enough for them to double swing and get
Get out of my way!
Cussing.
And it looks like UCO is just gonna run a little bit of a default on this one, take a little bit of space. Find out where that Cypher is playing.
They've got the knives out, and having that Hunter's Fury is going to be helpful as well, especially if they can get the plant down and just keep him alive and get out. So he's a little bit back pocket, both of them together on C-Long. Definitely considering it, and they don't know it, but they could go right up. The Spike is a little bit behind, and you kind of want it to be part of the caravan before everyone gets on site. So now that it's here,
A lot of ultimates for UCO think about that. They're in that Sova ultimate to
Nowhere to
shut down that
Obscuring, concealed.
Spike.
no, it looks like they're going to use it early.
Well, it does come out early. Site for free, which is huge. To see if they're able to hold this.
And these
You want to
knives from
fight it?
Umai, are they going to be able to hold it together? Unfortunately, that was not super well cooperated. That wall coming in from their team is going to shut down those knives. The knives are suddenly a little less interesting. We might see some all-fires. RJ is going to take 2 for free. And it gets traded onto Allen. 3 and Sweek go crazy, though. And they down our man. He's still holding it together. Just one left, and it's not quite there. A clutch by UCO.
Too shocked for them.
3, very well played. That round was not looking good. He was able to, and was able to clutch out. They still have that roll.
1
Rolling
second,
Thunder,
peeps.
which is
I gotta visit the
into this
Astro to
round if they
play
need.
some stars.
Match point again.
At this point for UCO, it's easy just to check out. You know, it's 7 to 1 round. You got to make sure you're mental strong and you as hard as you can until the end. Until it's over.
Power down.
Ooh, early utility shut down. RJ getting a lot of pushback on this position. This is the first time we've finally seen both teams decide to go all in on B. It's always one or the other, but this one could be a flaming matchup. Alvin gets a little bit greedy and sees some contact, jumps across the front of it. I'm surprised he survived that, but everybody had just moved out at just the right time. They felt the presence, and they decided to go for A. They did a nice rolling thunder clear out. It could be an easy take for them, but then the man on C. Colorado College just had to go default, spread back out. They didn't know where they were going to be. They're coming in now. The rotate's happening, but man, this 1v5, they've got to be careful with how they pace this out. Oh, Dolcare, who's comfortable with the 1v5, is able to take one and make that trade happen. That might be where the team, both to see Rasco from a distance, can't quite hold it together, and Primero's going to grab it. The Chief from last turn.
Was KJ with only not quite.
Last player standing.
Almost 3.
Ooh, KJ in a 1v3 coming up main is going to be tough. They can fire right on a default. They might grab 1 or 2, but to grab all 3 could be difficult. And there it is, Beast bringing it in to a defense win by Colorado College. Excellent work. Well, before we close up, I want to say a couple of thank yous to some recent sponsors. Truth, Extra Life, Duncan, Monster, and Odyssey Elixir. And we've got an interview coming with Primera up next. Our man on the winning team playing, I believe, the Omen And that was a great round. We're going to throw it to a little bit of a break and give you a chance to shake out and get that man online. And then he'll be here to give us our thoughts, or his thoughts of how the round went. You're going to see the top 5 while we do so. Top 5 is brought to you by Mavix Gaming Chairs. Mavix, feel the difference. Open to find 2. Squeezed another one. Look at this, only 2 players left. And one of them took ways off sight. Look at that, the difference was unreal. Oh, caught entirely off guard. That's just about it. 2-1. Mera is going to go down though, it's a 1v1. Deadlock in an early plant. Oh, getting very early plant team. Maybe a little bit of punishment coming out for a 3K from Mumbai. They want to back all voting seconds. Ooh, Marshall, beautiful. What a definition of backup with 3K headshots. Back to back RJ with an early 3. Squeeze finds their second.
Enemy remaining.
KD to grab one. Dre. Another. KD with a 2K to close up. There's 3 stretch in total and drops the ult just to make it happen. But that DP is seriously threatened, but there it is. The clutch. Tried to jump out of it, but they couldn't take it. KD with the 4K. Walk around. Oh, that was really good. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague studio and welcome in Primera. You're on the big screen. We're going to have a little interview with you. That was a solid game that we just had against you and Oklahoma. It was a long one though, two very, very tight games, and then one that lasted quite a while. It wasn't quite pressing overtime, but how does this mental toll of having these long games play into the matches?
Yeah, but also she said in the comments, she was
A little bit.
I'd like to see more, but I think I like appreciate the learning and effort that you did. But like she was like, I'd like to see more comfortable like artifacts next time.
Have you got us there, Primera?
Why do I load? Bullshit. Maybe I don't have a green.
Oh, little technical switch.
Wait, do you have any courses on this?
Sorry about that. We'll try to fix things up a little bit while they're working on that one. Just cleaning things up. That was a very long game. Hopefully we can get that back in. We'll see if they can clean up the comms and grab the situation. But here are the final five that we had running up back onto the deck. And did you have any favorite players as the match went on that you might be able to see in these big final five? Any top plays of the game, maybe?
Yeah, I definitely have a favorite player personally. RJ is somebody on Central Oklahoma that I loved watching because he was breaking out that chamber first and second map, and he had that op, and I loved seeing him make plays with that op. So he was definitely my favorite player to watch.
Yeah, it's definitely having a player sport your comfort pick for the matches that go live. RJ had a lot of just ferocity as well when he played. Was not afraid to trade 2 for 1, and we saw that coming from a lot of the different players. Actually, we had a lot of raise potential that just went flying in on the double blast packs and grabbed 2, and then we're okay to go down to 1. Here's a little bit of that footage.
And I really like seeing Dre on the breach. I feel like his util was very impactful when it came to winning this game for Colorado.
Yeah, these were some tight games, and it was all to owe to the players that were ready to sacrifice just a little bit more and work for the team.
Yeah, it really felt like it could have been anyone's game throughout all 3 of these maps. And honestly, the comps weren't very stereotypical. Like, I was seeing a lot of changes to comps. Not a lot of people actually run chamber after this recent nerf, and they would rather just play like KJ or Cypher, but I like seeing the change come out still.
Yeah, man, some serious hero plays. I forgot about how many 3Ks and how many 4Ks we had rolling around and tying things all together. And I mean, it has to be that way with there's so many reverse ace clutches that are just being threatened. We had a lot of 3v1s, a lot of 4v1s, and a lot of ace threats. But in the long run, 2 close maps. And then one that was not quite a landslide, but I mean, it looked pretty solid for a while. And then in the end, it was very close to just doubling up on the score. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see Primera debut any longer. So you guys can come back around tomorrow for a little bit of Rainbow Six Siege, and the following day for a bit of CSGO. And that's going to be all of it for Starleague NACE for today. Thanks for coming by. Y'all have a good one.